We are broadcasting live.
Good morning, everyone. This is the meeting of the Town of Mono Council held on Tuesday, August 25th, 2026. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted by Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act of 2001 as amended and the Town of Mono Procedural Bylaw 2020-42. Residents can join us as the meeting progresses or view offline later on YouTube. We do have a quorum here today. A reminder that emergency exits are in the rear of the council chamber. Members are free to declare pecuniary interest at this point or any point in the course of the meeting, and I believe we have one declaration which has been filed with the clerk. And I'll call on Councillor Davey to do the Indigenous land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor Krillman. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the Town of Mono resides within the traditional territories and ancestral lands of the Tionotonte, the Arawandran, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the Town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connection of Indigenous peoples with this land, its waterways, and resources.
Thank you. I have a motion that Council approves the agenda of session 13-2026 as circulated. Moved by Councillor Capes, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any objections to this motion passing? It therefore passes. I have a motion that Council approves the minutes of session 12-2026 as circulated. Moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Mantolo. Any issues? Seeing none, motion passes. We have a motion that the minutes of Council Session 9-2026 held on May 12th, 2026, as approved by Resolution 2-10-2026 be amended by replacing the word anti-racism with anti-Semitism in Section 3, subsection 3. And there is a recollection of that issue. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any further discussion? That motion carries. We have no proclamations today. That brings us to public question period. Fred or Jessica, any submissions online?
There were no submissions submitted in advance of the meeting, Your Worship.
Thank you. We don't have anyone in the gallery today. Is there anyone online who has a question for us? Doesn't appear to be. I'm wondering if we are in a position to proceed with our delegation from Headwaters Healthcare Centre. I know it's a little early for that, but is it the wish of council to yes, to proceed? Good morning, Kim and Francis. Just a gentle reminder that we have all read your presentation, and it is available to our residents online to read. So if you can paraphrase the high notes for our benefit, that would be terrific. It will allow for more interaction with council. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Mayor Creelman and Council. Thank you very much for having us this morning, and I would be more than happy to paraphrase and touch on just the key takeaways. So I won't bother sharing my slides even, because you've all seen them, but I did want to highlight just on some of the successes from the past fiscal year, and then I'll focus just for a couple of minutes on key takeaways on what we're focusing on this fiscal year. There was a slide included, a by the numbers year-over-year slide, just to share some of the trending year-over-year with the volumes we're seeing at Headwaters. I think just to highlight is that, you know, our ED volumes have remained pretty consistent year-over-year, but where we are seeing some real growth, and which continues, is in our obstetrical department. So the number of babies that continue to be delivered at Headwaters is increasing year over year. That trend is continuing to increase. We have had many months now with over 100 babies delivered per month. So that's very exciting for us. Our chemo program, we are expanding our oncology program. We're also going to be seeing increases in our diagnostic imaging numbers now that our MRI hours and numbers are ramping up rapidly. Our lab tests saw a big increase. In addition, we're focusing on increasing our outpatient visits. So I think one of the takeaways is last year and continuing into this fiscal is we're continuing to look at what services we can expand, where the pressures are, where the demand is, and to always look at what are the population projections, who's moving into our area so that we can continue to offer programs and services that are needed most. The other highlight just from the last fiscal year, obviously our MRI going live, but I also wanted to focus on some of the plant upgrades we've done at the hospital to reduce our emissions, to improve our efficiency, to reduce our natural gas use, because I am very proud to share, and you saw that Headwaters, we received the biggest rebate check in the province actually from Enbridge Gas Energy last year. So really proud of that. We've got new boilers, all new equipment up in our top rooftop facility area. So really pleased with that. So I'm going to focus on this current fiscal year. We are focusing on our ED, our emergency department expansion. So as you know, we'll be celebrating our 30th anniversary being in this location next year. So our ED department is a 30 plus year old design. The volumes we are seeing are significantly more than what the space was intended to serve. So we're working through that process with the ministry. So that expansion is underway. Excited about that. Happy to share that our foundation completed their biggest ever campaign of $18 million, and they'll soon be launching their new campaign to support our emergency department expansion. So you'll hear more about that, which is very exciting. And then of course we continue to focus on reducing our wait times in our emergency department and in other areas such as surgical wait times and for any other programs and services. We are looking at and embracing more and more artificial intelligence in the hospital through various programs and features in our current health information system. We're very proud to be continuing on with the Toronto Metropolitan University School of Medicine, taking on more residents and students and increasing all of our other academic partnerships. And then lastly, I'll just end on a focus that is always at Headwaters, and that is how can we continue to best support our staff, our physicians, our volunteers, our internal culture, our workforce sustainability. Is something that is always top of mind here so that we can ensure that our staff are here ready to support anyone that walks through our doors and that we have a very positive and healthy and safe workplace here at Headwaters. With that, I'll pause and I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Yes, Ralph?
Thanks very much, Kim and Francis, for coming here and putting yourself in the position of being asked difficult questions by our Deputy Mayor. I'd like to just comment very favorably on what's going on there. I think that the reputation of the hospital for strong governance and great service is community-wide, and I congratulate you for your part in that. I also congratulate you for looking ahead, and as you have been doing regularly, and about making new plans. So I have three questions related to some things that are relatively new. What is the present emergency department wait time? Number two, could you fill us in a little bit more on where we are with the community health hub? And the third one is about medical students in TMU, which we can, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mangtalo. Yes, happy to answer those questions. So the first one about the current ED wait time, I don't have the ED wait time clock up, but I will share. So last year, the provincial target for time to see a physician in emergency departments across the province was less than 4 hours. So last year we achieved 3.9 hours was our performance. So really happy with that. This year the province has reduced that target to be less than 3.4 hours in every single emergency department. So we are working obviously very hard to achieve and beat that target of 3.4 hours to see a physician in our merge. So we see stats on a daily basis. Each day I get a dashboard which looks at, for the previous day, what was the average wait time. It fluctuates. We've had days where it's been as low as 2.5 hours. And of course, unfortunately, there are some days where it is over the 4 hours. So it varies, but we are working towards performance of less than 3.4 hours, which is a current provincial target. And we're making investments to support that. So we do currently have 3 physician assistants in emergency department that help with the workflow. We've also implemented a new rapid triage function in emergency department that is supported actually by one of the ED physicians themselves. So we're trying different innovative things. We have a new, it's called the Hero AI dashboard in our emergency department. So that's inward facing, where our physicians and nurses there can rapidly see how many patients are in the department, which area are they in, have they been triaged, are they waiting to see the doctor, are they waiting for a DI scan, are they waiting for lab tests. So we're also looking at other supports to improve the flow in our ED. Second question you had was about the community health hub. So that work I know is underway in partnership with all of our Ontario Health Team, our OHT partners. So I know they're busy looking at how to get that stood up and how to increase the volumes there. Unfortunately, I don't have any specifics about that, Councillor Manctalo, so I'd have to follow up on that. All I do know is that our OHT partners continue to meet and support the implementation of that and increasing the volumes. And then I know your third one was around medical students and our partnership with the Toronto Metropolitan University School of Medicine. So we continue to take on more students. This is our second full year of taking on residents with that partnership. And I know they're very keen for all hospital partners to increase numbers and departments that residents come into. So I know our medical team has looked at that. We've increased the areas where they'll be coming in. And so we continue to support them. And to date, I've only had very positive feedback about the students coming in. I've met a few of the residents on the floors who, at least to my face, are very, very positive about their experience at Headwaters and give signs of, because I always ask them, will you come back and work here? And I've always heard, yes, absolutely, it's a wonderful community hospital.
Thank you. The latter is very important, I think, to the development of the community in the hospital. Having students and being a part of a teaching process is something that I've had a lot of experience with, and I think it brings your hospital's service function up to a higher level. So congratulations on that, and I encourage you to continue to pursue it. I realize that you're just a partner with the Community Hub, but I thought, we haven't really heard much about this. I think it's a bit of a gray area in my mind. So maybe we'll get somebody from there to talk to us about it sometime in the future. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I will.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask any questions this year, but I just wanted to say I think it was a great report, and congratulations on the work you're doing. You know I have a long-standing concern about the amount of money you're going to have to raise over the future from local sources, and I'm concerned about when you will appear before a county council probably asking for money, but we'll leave that subject alone for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nix.
Melinda?
And you'll hear from us next year at Council.
Thank you very much for the report. I look forward each year when you come. I guess the bottom line for me is physician recruitment. I mean, you're developing new facilities and you're raising money and you're seeing more people, and people are clearly moving into the area, which we already knew, but they're having babies now that they're here. I mean, all these things are positive, but that is a very low bar if a good day is 2.5 hours to see a doctor in the ED. But I appreciate that with respect to the province, who controls health, not the municipal government, has given you a bar and you are below it. You know, that is terrific. But as just Canadians in general, physician recruitment is what we really need to do. So I was wondering, how is that going on for you?
Yes, thank you very much for the question, Councillor Davey. It's I would say probably one of our biggest current challenges, physician recruitment and retention, for a few reasons with Headwaters. But it is something that we are very focused on. I'll speak to certainly one of the gaps that we currently have, and we have been recruiting for this for over a couple of years now. So our one ear, nose, and throat surgeon has essentially retired, does not do surgeries anymore or call, and it's been over 2 years. We've been desperately trying to find a new ENT. That was the dip in our surgical volumes, if you notice them on the year-over-year trending, because we have not been able to do any tonsillectomies here for the last couple of years. So it is a very competitive market. The number of graduates, certainly in some of the specialty areas, is low. Lower than I think what is needed in the province. I think there is an opportunity certainly for the ministries to come together. That's a whole other conversation we could have about the ministries, the province really working together and planning ahead in regard to where is the population growth, geriatrics, younger families, babies, and what types of specialties do we need to serve the province. But it's one that unfortunately, we have not been successful in. We are, I'm going to use the term wooing, a newer ENT grad from out of province. So we go to great lengths. We look obviously beyond our province. We look, across North America, to be honest, even in Europe. We've got lots of different kind of tentacles reaching out, trying to look at how we can recruit physicians. So we're very busy in that area, but physician recruitment overall is challenging. I'm going to speak to just another area, and it is our ED. And again, some of the factors are out of the control of our hospital. Some of the outside factors that impact us are due to the Physician Services Agreement, which is negotiated by the Ontario Medical Association, the OMA, and the Ministry of Health directly. And just to give you an example, and I think it's just important for kind of education and for council to be aware of it. It's something I've spoken to Sylvia about, and our board and myself and other hospitals speak about this often. It's, we're a medium-sized community hospital surrounded by larger centers. So we've got South Lake to the east, we've got William Osler, Trillium, Halton Healthcare to the south, we've got Guelph to the west, and to the north is Stevenson, so similar, and then bigger ones like Royal Victoria Hospital. But the new agreement has high volume incentives for the larger ED departments. So the more patients they see, which is a pure incentive for physicians to see patients faster and to see a greater number, there's a volume incentive. They receive a higher payment. Then at the same time, the province really incentivized small and rural emergency departments that were really struggling with being able to recruit physicians. You've probably heard a number of them had ED closures, which is not good for those communities. So there's large incentives for physicians, ED physicians, to go work in the small rural areas. So unfortunately, what's in the middle are medium-sized hospitals such as ourselves, who are now competing with, in our case, the larger hospitals, where docs now want to pick up shifts because they have volume incentives. They can make a significant greater amount of money. At Headwaters, we have what's called an emergency department alternate funding agreement, where there's a guaranteed amount that our physicians make because we don't have the high volumes. But we don't have those incentives that the other hospitals have. So to come and pick up a shift in our ED is becoming less and less appealing. So again, we have structured our funding, the physicians have, it's, the funding agreement is with them directly, the funding flows to them. They've structured it to try to incentivize, but I know that it's becoming harder and harder each day as we compete with these other centers that have different incentives. So it's something that the medium-sized hospital network does advocate to the ministry, to the OMA about. Our physicians directly go to the OMA. And then as a hospital, we are continually speaking with our physicians, also looking at how can we best support you? What can we do? One of the examples I shared earlier was that we've supplied 3 physician assistants now, so around the clock in RD, to again help them with their workflow, take off some of their administrative burdens so that we can allow them to see patients faster. So it's a great question. There are some challenges with physician recruitment. Another one is our geography. We're, within an hour of the GTA, which is a blessing and a bit of a curse. There are less and less physicians that want to make the 1 hour drive north.
Well, yeah, because it's an hour and a half now, right? That's the problem.
And as you know, our real estate it's beautiful up here, right? It is beautiful up here, but that makes the real estate market also, it's not cheap to live up here.
Right, all right. Thank you very much for that answer.
Thank you. And if there's anything we can do to advocate on your behalf, I think that let us know and let County Council know as well. Because it's sort of unfortunate that you fall in the middle of two sizes of hospital that get, dare I say, preferential treatment, or at least they have incentives that we don't have because we fall in the middle. I have one question for you, and it's the one I ask every time, and that is, what is the proportion of Dufferin to Peel patients? Is it still running around 25%? Has it changed in the last year?
I think it's a great question. Thank you, Mayor, for that. It's, I think, closer to 70-30, maybe even tipping the 30+ % now that come to us from Peel and, Caledon in particular, but all of Peel.
Okay.
More and more are coming north.
That's very interesting. Any further questions or comments by council? Well, Kim and Francis, thank you very much for your presentation. Fred?
No,
you're waving. Thank you very much for your presentation, and we've learned a lot from it and from the questions and answers that we've had today, and we wish you the best of luck. I gather there is a new campaign launch on the horizon. I've heard a little bit about it, and I wish you the best of luck in that exercise as well.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the summer.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Francis.
Thank
Nice
you.
to see you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. The next items on the agenda, I think we should defer to their times, namely the noise exemption bylaw applications at 10 a.m. and 10:15 a.m. And with the indulgence of council, I think we should proceed to the next items on the agenda after that, and then regroup at 10. Yes. Are we okay with that? Yes. Okay. So the next item on the agenda is Councillor Cape's motion with regard to a multi-sports community centre, and I'll turn it over to Councillor Capes.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know you've read the report, and I know you're as excited as I am to see this come to Mono. Even people that I have talked to have still continued to say they want something like this. And so serendipitously, we have been connected to a couple who wish to build this. So I don't need to add any more than what's there. We know that there's more to do. It has to come to council through planning, so that's being worked out as we speak. I should let you know they have approval to build the roadway in. Is everybody familiar where this spot is?
Roughly, yes.
Where is it?
Yeah, describe it just for the benefit of anyone watching.
Highway 89. Before there's a side road before the roadway into, well, it's the Mono-Mulmer town line, before you get there where Mrs. Mitchell's is. So this would be up the hill and behind that full throttle.
Okay.
And the entrance will be off the side road at the top of the hill, and that's where the parking will be. And as far as I understand, of course, all of the engineering has to be worked out, is that will be built into the side of the hill.
So it looks like it's in Mulmer, but it's in Mono because
It
the
is in
Mulmer,
Mono, yes.
the Mulmer's Mono town line
Yes.
deviates off of Highway 89 there.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. And as I say, there are planning things that need to be worked out. They've spoken to the NVCA, And there's a lot of earthworks that need to be done, and as long as they're compliant with NVC requirements and environmental studies and anything they have to do, that's all to be done. They also have to get all of the right approvals from our table, from our planning, and there's been preliminary, they've asked for guidance, I know that. And there will be a zoning change requirement because they own that house that's there now. It's a log house, so they own that whole property. It's more than what you can just see because it goes up as well. Yeah.
So just before I recognize Fred, to be clear, what they are seeking is a letter of support from us in pursuit of a provincial grant. Is that an accurate way of characterizing?
No, they're looking for support from us. Just this, as I attached a general letter saying we support the concept. Mm-hmm. Notwithstanding, there's a whole lot of work that needs to be done to make it work. And so it's a feasibility in that sense, but it's what is required to make it really viable and make it happen. And so that means that the more they can get support, the more they can go out and seek funders.
Fred?
Yeah, I want to ask a question, which maybe is going to sound a little negative, Elaine. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I'm all for it, but just to understand it, when this complex is built, it's privately owned. It's not a public facility. They will be charging fees for entrance. Will they be a profit or non-profit organization? And just to finish the question, if they're going to build a community center and it's privately owned,
then it's not a community
are they going to have it sort of as a non-profit and so registered as a charity so that they can accept donations and issue charitable receipts? I know that sounds a bit negative, but I just want to understand that this is a total private facility with fees being charged with or without profit being made, right?
Exactly. So it's an owner-built and operated facility. And of course, they're looking for partnerships. And so all of the details behind that still need to be worked out in terms of when they get the shovels in the ground and they start to build it, there's other opportunities for them to partner with community, to do community things there. They are doing this for community. It's a multi-sport rec and community center. So there will be all kinds of opportunities, and we just don't have the details for that yet.
If I could just follow up.
Just one more, and then I'll turn to other councillors.
I understand that, but I wanted to ask my question because it influences my mind as to whether or not we should put public money into something like this.
They're not asking for public
I know
money.
they're not, but
Yeah,
they're looking
okay.
for partners down the road, and just so that I know down the road the issue, it's a private enterprise.
Yep.
Melinda?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, Elaine, for continuing to champion this. I really think that this would be a large mistake for Mono to get in bed with another private entity, whether it turns out to be nonprofit or not. It is a business. There's no difference from this and the new person who came along and renovated a place that had a barn and now has an event center in their barn, and it happens to be near my house. And so this is something that, yes, it's community, and yes, I don't mean to stomp on people who want to go forward with things, but it's not a community center unless it is a municipal thing. And if we continue allow them to say a community center, then I think what's down the road is, oh, well, but it's always been a community center and we can't afford the new heat pumps. Why can't you? And I just think, and then the concept looks terrific, but I don't see, there's not even enough parking. If you have people playing baseball, soccer, and pool at the same time, where the heck are they going to park? And where's the actual community space within the little design? It's lovely concept, but we already have 2 fantastic community centers in our town. Why would we support, and we also get flack back from, should we really have these? Why would we get into a relationship with a private entity? And I think we got, what's the expression? It's probably rude, bitten by the having put in our official plan some other entities in past years that we really wanted to support, but as time goes on and things change, perhaps perhaps we want to change, and yet we're then hogtied. That's also a rude expression, isn't it? By our decisions of mixing municipal with private corporation. So
at this point, just to, good to put that forward, we are not mixing anything. We are giving them a letter of support that says, we support this concept so that they can go and get funding. It's not that we're giving them funding, but we're not closing the door, because at some point in the future, we may want to sign along with them for those grants, again, so that it can be built for the community to use. There's a huge gap in that northern quadrant, and it's not only benefits Mono, it will benefit people in Shelburne, it will benefit people in Melanchthon, it will benefit people in Mulmer, and I intend to go and present to those councils as well. So it's not that, it's not a community center, it is a multi-sport facility, and you can see, as you said, the dominant space is for sport. There's an indoor pool, and there's indoor basketball courts that can be used for other things like pickleball, tennis, and etc. And there is the whole upper floor, which is soccer. And as you got the sense from their letter, Richard is a professional soccer player, and they want to bring indoor soccer. They have been running a soccer business for a while. And so it is all of those things.
Yeah. So can I follow up on that?
Yes, briefly, and then we've got to move on to others.
And that brings me to another point about why you don't particularly want to get into this one, because this is clearly a passion of somebody who makes money in the business. So it's not a for all of the community and so on. And right down the road, the Dufferin Recreation Complex that we already have a part in, that is precarious at the moment because the way that different municipalities are behaving and wanting and so on. I think that we should learn from our lessons and not go into something like that. So I think if somebody wants to go ahead to bring it as a zoning change, then that's a council decision to move it on to our zoning committee and so on, and that we should have a space in. But to put our stamp of approval on some private person who is I think is not cricket.
Elaine, if I can ask a question, how is this different than the facility that we already have in Mono known as AXE?
Well, it's very different in that they don't have a pool. And it's at the south end, and this is at the north end.
I'm not talking about...
But yes, and that's private, yeah.
That's my point.
But we supported them with the, some of the structure of the, didn't we support them rebuilding their dome and...
I think we've been generally supportive of their activities, and they've been very, very successful. And they're private.
And you're right, and it's similar in that regard.
They're privately held, and they do indeed reach out to people in Mono who participate in the basketball program, as an example.
Right.
So it's similar to what we already have?
Yes, exactly. And also, this is, liken it to a YMCA. Like if we could get the Y to come and build here, great, but we can't because they're not building infrastructure right now. And so the YMCA is owned and operated by the YMCA, and it's a fee-for-service programming. This would be very similar. Now, obviously, these detailed questions about how it would run, how it would operate, I can't speak to fully because I'm not the proponent, and it would be incorrect for me to do that without them here to speak for themselves. But this was an introduction to an opportunity that we can take advantage of to supply something that our citizens are looking for, and we're only asking right at this point is consideration to sign the letter that does not obligate us to give them any financing at all or approve this when it comes for zoning. It doesn't commit us to any of that. It's just, we're saying, great idea, go ahead.
And why do we need it in writing? I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yeah. Ralph, do you have any?
Yes, I did,
Yeah.
thank you. Thanks for bringing this, Elaine, and thanks very much for championing the concept of providing more recreational experiences for people in Mono. I see this as a little different from AX in that it has a pool. Does AX have an indoor soccer field now?
Indoor, fields, that's their deal.
Pardon?
Yes, that's their
Do
deal,
they?
indoor stuff.
Well, mostly it was basketball. It was built on the premise of basketball and training basketball.
I think they had tennis at one point.
Okay. So this is entirely private, and it will be structured that way. If we had some business that wanted to come into Mono and create 20 new jobs, and that would be productive for Mono, we'd have no hesitation in supporting them. I have no hesitation in supporting a private business or organization, and saying yes, it's a good thing for us, and we'll go for it. I'd like a little more information about them, if you like. They were based in Brampton, and it's an organization that has similar names throughout North America. Do you know anything about it? You
I
anything
really
about it?
don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I tried to research it last night, and it seemed that they have a name which is in Brampton. If you look at their name,
What do you mean they have a name?
a name. That's a corporate name, if you like. Anyway, I should have more information. I'll get it for you.
Right, so the information I have is what was in the report.
Yeah.
It tells you who they are individually. He grew up playing soccer. He became a pro. He traveled the world. His passion is soccer. And they run a soccer club.
Well,
She works for the Canadian Armed Forces, so
right.
she has a very
I'm
senior role there, and they have the skills and the passion to make this happen.
So I got a Brampton address when I looked them up, and I'll follow up on that. The other comment is that the CSRIF grant is not available to private organizations. It's only available to NGOs, municipalities, or Indigenous organizations. So I'm not sure why they would put this in here that they're
No,
interested
they
in.
didn't put that in there, I did.
Okay, well, I think that's grants are not available from that organization for this institution.
Well, Kim knows more about that than anybody, but they did find some granting fund grants that were open to for-profit organizations. So we can strike that out if you want, but mainly we're looking for support, just to say we support the idea. It's all up to them as the proponents to make it happen, to do all the planning, as I said, and get everything, according to planning rules and regulations and property zoning and all that stuff.
If I can follow up.
Yeah.
I have no problem with saying that we would like to see this in Mono. We think if it's viable, they should go ahead. I would not like to see it morph into something like, hey, we're in deep trouble here, can the municipality help them bail us out?
Well, I'd like to quote from the proposed draft letter. It says, "Council is supportive in principle of the proposed multi-sport community center." I have some question about the use of the term community center because it does confuse people between our community centers and a privately held community center. The wording goes on, "This support does not constitute, imply, or confirm any financial contribution, funding commitment, grant, loan, or other monetary support from the town of Mono." It further states, "This letter does not supersede, waive, replace, or predetermine any approvals, requirements, processes, conditions, or obligations," sounds like it's been written by a lawyer, "or obligations under the Planning Act." So it is, I mean, I think we are well protected by a wording that says that we are not obliged to fund and we are not obliged to approve from the standpoint of planning.
Right.
So then that brings me to, what are we doing? Is it really the council's position when somebody, and you're right, that we would support, but at this stage of the game, when somebody comes to and wants to open up a car dealership, or they don't come to us first and ask for something in writing, they get everything, all their ducks in a row, and then, whereas I feel like there is, and when you say we and so on, I'm getting the impression that you have been very passionate about this, and that you might not be as objective about this as I would like a councillor to be in your position.
Yes, Fred?
So I just don't know why we need it.
Just, if I could sort of respond to Councillor Davey, I agree. Not with you. I think there's no problem with us as a council saying, hey, here's a letter of support. We think it's a great idea, and go ahead. I don't have a problem with that. And as the mayor just read out, there's all kinds of conditions in this letter that says, don't come after us for money or anything else. But I'm quite willing to support the idea of them doing this.
Just to clarify, so letters of support are like perhaps endorsements for councils running, people running for council. They're endorsements. They make no commitment beyond that. They might not even vote for you, but they're saying, oh yes, I'll endorse this person to run, because they are looking for letters of support in all different places so that they can say to private funders, I have all of these letters of support for the desire to see this in the community, and therefore, will you give us money? That's what it's all about. It's building that business case and building the funding.
If I can make one statement, and that is, this is not dissimilar to the town being approached by somebody who wants to build something commercial, and let's say it's a widget factory, okay? And our response would be, we'd love to see you do that, but you have to go through a planning process. Don't look to us for subsidies. Yes. And good luck. But, you know, and that happens all the time in municipalities. And people are encouraged, either privately or through a council discussion such as this, subject to the conditions that they apply, you know, through the planning process. And that at any point in the future, the answer to any request for money could very easily be no, and you knew that going into it.
Right, exactly.
You're right, except that it's not a widget factory. It is presented as a.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like you're yes, but it's
better than a widget factory.
It is,
actually.
because it provides something to the community, something that the community's been asking for, and so.
I don't think the letter. I'm all in support of the letter. I wish it didn't use the word community center in the letter.
But we don't.
We can take that out.
We can take, well, and you're all quick to take that out and take out the grant and everything. It's actually then it is. We support business in Mono in general. In which of course we do. In which case, why do they need a specific?
As I explained, they need as many letters of support as they can, just like endorsements, so that when they go to funders, not just that.
No, endorsements are legislated. This is just an idea.
It's a letter of encouragement.
Yes.
So that, you know, people will say, okay, so you've gone to others, you've asked them for your, you know, do they support this idea? And yes, they do. It just demonstrates that people have a desire to see this.
Okay. Call the question? Okay. I'm going to call the question. Fred?
I'm not sure it's been moved or seconded yet, Your Worship.
You're right.
No, they did it right when she presented it.
No, I haven't read the motion yet.
No.
Believe it or not, I haven't read the motion.
Oh, then that was before the meeting that you said, I will first it and you will second it, right?
No, but that's for something else too.
That's for the
That's for the other thing,
motor
the scooter.
We were only talking about the motor scooter thing.
Yeah, it's
I have
okay.
a motion that we receive the Mono Multi-Sport Community Center report from Councillor Capes dated August 17th, 2026, and that the mayor send a letter of support on behalf of council to Richard Edwards and Krista Gale Clark Edwards in substantially the same form as the draft letter of support included in the report.
Can I move an amendment, a friendly amendment, I think?
Yes?
Can we take
Well,
the
let's
word-
see if it's friendly.
Okay, can we take the word community out of that motion?
Sports center.
Yes.
Acceptable with that? Okay. So we're removing the term community for, I think, reasons stated previously. Okay, so it's so move. Okay, and I will so second. Or Fred, you want a second?
I'll second.
Okay, you'll second. Those in favor? Any opposed? And the motion carries.
Thank you very much. There are a lot of people out there who are going to be very happy, and I know a lot of them.
Okay. Anyways, let's not go into territory that we shouldn't. Anyways, I am still going to, I see we have some people in the gallery. Are you here on the noise bylaw? Okay. I'm going to, if I can ask for your indulgence, we'll address it at 10 o'clock because it's on the agenda as an item for 10 o'clock. So we'll proceed with other items on the agenda. The first item is a temporary borrowing bylaw. This is a routine matter. I have a motion that council receives the temporary borrowing bylaw report dated August 17th, 2026, and that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to authorize the temporary borrowing of funds, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Moved by Deputy Mayor Nix, seconded by Councillor Mangtalo. Any discussion or questions for Les?
Yeah, I have one question. How often do we use this? Do we borrow money temporarily? I don't think we do we, very often?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was actually anticipating that question. Maybe not from you, but, well, not that recent, but it's fairly recent. During COVID time when council deferred the tax payments, I had to kind of dip into that, but it has been now, taxes have been collected and it's all paid up. But we have had to use it on occasion. In that moment, it was an emergency.
So it's a sort of a form of bridge financing, right? Yeah, okay. I'll call the question. Any opposed?
Do you want to move the seconder?
Oh, mover and seconder.
We already did.
We did, sorry. Okay, so any opposed to the motion? Seeing none, the motion passes. Next item is the report to council on the 2026-2027 Island Lake Drinking Water Inspection Report. And I have a motion that the council for the town of Mono receive the 2026-2027 Island Lake Drinking Water System Inspection Report, and that the town continues its commitment to transparency to make these reports publicly available on the town's website and at town hall, ensuring residents have ongoing access to information regarding the safety and reliability of the drinking water systems. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Mangtalo moves. Councillor Cape seconds. Discussion or questions for Matt? Ralph? And then Fred?
Matt, could you just explain to us what secondary disinfection residual is and why that's been a problem and what's been done about it?
Thanks, Councillor Mangtalo. So we're required, the operating authority is required to take samples in the distribution system to ensure that the residual of the chlorine is adequate throughout the system. Unfortunately, this was more of an administrative miss. I've talked to the town of Orangeville about this, and they've since purchased some additional software to help remind operators to take these samples. Like I said, it's more or less a human error on that behalf, but there's lots of redundancies in place for chlorine residual. So you have the pre-contact analyzers and you have the post-contact analyzers. This is just an additional test for the system to ensure that that chlorine is going through the system at a level that's acceptable to the ministry.
So a testing is done somewhere downstream from where the chlorine is put in,
Yep.
and it appeared to me that that testing revealed that chlorine was inadequate there.
No, it's just that it wasn't sampled.
Wasn't sampled?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a sample that's collected at a sample station throughout the distribution system. They collect it, they send it to the lab to verify that.
And what's the purpose of doing this secondary chlorine?
Extra layers to ensure that that chlorine that's injected into the system, that the analyzer, should it fail or should an analyzer fail in the pump house, that it's being collected, or if there's stagnant sections of water in the system. But typically this isn't normally a problem. It's just an unfortunate.
So the concern is that the chlorine remain in the system until it comes out my drinking tap, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so it sounded like they were adding additional pieces of equipment to deal with this. Is it a monitoring equipment?
Software. It's just literally a reminder. And operators, it's not just a simple day-to-day thing. If everything ran perfectly and all the machines ran perfectly and the equipment was fine, but a lot of the time they get dragged around and they're attending to issues at any time of the day, and it's not an excuse, but unfortunately it leads to a miss or a slight delay.
Okay, well, so just say congratulations on the report. It's a very important subject for our town and for all of our residents who depend upon this drinking water. And I think the management of this has been really excellent by yourself and your staff.
Thank you. Fred and then Melinda.
Yeah, I was going to ask a question on the same thing because it's a non-compliance. And every year when we read some of these drinking water reports, we have these non-compliance issues, which raises in my mind the question of whether we're dealing with the right operators for our water system. However, having said that, and I know the public's listening, I will have to say that these non-compliance issues that keep occurring in our drinking water reports are usually just small administrative or paperwork issues. They're not serious non-compliance issues. The water is still safe. And in this particular case, what surprised me, Matt, was that in last year's report, this was not a non-compliance issue. So I guess I wondered, why wasn't it caught before? And how many years have we gone without this secondary sampling?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nix. We haven't had, there's been times in the past that this has been an issue where it's been missed and it's been reported. I think last year, the year before, we had 100% on the inspection report. So it's, like I said, it's when we have humans involved, even computers involved, there's still issues with that. So
But if it was caught in the past, why wasn't it fixed? Why haven't we solved the problem?
I would say that there's different operators being trained all the time and hired and whatnot. And like I said, they're being dragged to a different situation in Mono or Orangeville, and it may be a slight delay in sampling. I believe there's one instance in the past where it got misplaced. The sample was taken, but it was misplaced. There's just, like I said, humans and machines, there's always the potential for some miss.
If I could just finish, there are other operators we could hire, and I don't know what their records are and the water systems that they run. I guess what I'd like to know, do they also have human errors all the time, or would they be any better than our current operator?
I would recommend you to look at the annual and summary reports that are submitted and the ministry reports that get posted to whether it's New Tecumseh or other surrounding municipalities to review what their status is as far as inspection compliance.
Thank you, Matt.
Melinda?
Thank you very much. Thanks for the report, and it's good. I mean, it's 93 or whatever, but didn't I read in here that the actual time was in December, between December 22nd and December 28th or whatever, that the error was? So this was like when somebody was on holiday, or the person who was on holiday didn't quite message to the person who was covering for them exactly, oh, don't forget to do the whatever. Yeah, right? So that's the human error,
That's right. Yeah, there's the communication there. And when I was speaking with management about it, they've since purchased software as an additional layer for these reminders, and the communication transfer sometimes there's lots of different things going on. But
Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't read that the chlorination didn't happen. I read that the sample wasn't taken.
That's right. That's right.
And I think that's a very important distinction to make here.
Yep.
Is that the important thing is that the chlorination occurs.
That's right. So yeah, like the chlorine leaving the facility is tested by a pre and a post sampler. So it can't leave. The well shuts down. If there's an issue with that chlorinated water leaving the contact chamber, which is a pipe underneath the ground that says that the chlorine has to be in that water for a certain period of time that's calculated based on the flow going out to users. If it drops below that level, the pump shuts down, everything shuts down. So yeah, it's just an additional check.
Well, I think
samples.
that's important for the public to know, is that we're not disputing that the chlorination, or they're not disputing that the chlorination didn't occur, only that it wasn't sampled properly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's just a couple, if there's any other questions or not, but.
Aileen?
Thank you. Yes, and I noticed that too, Melinda, the December 22nd to 28th, and when should that sample have been taken within that time frame? And it says, this is on page 13, there's a 48-hour timing on this, and then 3 and 4 sample timing. What does that mean?
It's just the frequency of when they're taking it throughout the week. So they do 4 and then they flip to 3, so they don't miss it. Yeah. So
Okay,
it's just
thank you. I just
SOP
wanted to
that they
know.
offer. Yeah.
In case I get tested by the ministry.
So I think report pages 11 and 13, also the ministry speaks about chlorine contact loops in both Coles and Island Lake. And I spoke to council about this earlier this year, that the ministry had set a date of August 2027 to implement this contact loop. So I just wanted to give council the heads up that this will be part of the 2027 budget, and it's not cheap. It's $200,000+ per system. So Coles and Island Lake, and the idea is that will be brought to council and tendered in the spring. We did submit a letter to the ministry requesting exemption from the Coles system because, as council will recall, the EA has recommended that we remove Coles 1 and 2 from the system. So we're hoping we don't have to do that work and then completely abandon it. So we're hoping we get a favorable response from them. And I just wanted one quick thing with respect to the arsenic on report page 14. We hope to have the project file report submitted, published this week. So that will be hopefully online as early as this week.
But the other thing we should assure our taxpayers is whatever the cost of this new loop is, it doesn't affect our taxes.
Comes from reserves, water reserves?
No, it comes from the water users.
Comes from the reserves that have been created by the water users.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Which we don't have that much, right?
Well, anyways, on that note, I'll call the question. Any opposed to acceptance of the report? Okay, and that's carried. We are within 3 minutes of 10 o'clock. Is it council's wish that we go to the 10 o'clock item?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. You're here in support of a request for an exemption to the noise bylaw. If you'd like to come forward and introduce yourselves, and we'll consider the request.
Are they for 10 or 10:15?
I think it's one and the same. Oh, pardon me, for 10 o'clock. My apologies.
Yeah, see, them too.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Borges. And Mr. Borges, if you could just press the button on the, and just restate your name and give us your address.
Joe Borges, and my personal address?
Yes.
9562 6th Line, Georgetown, Ontario.
Thank you. And Mr. Borges, you've made an application for an exemption to the enforcement of the noise bylaw for your event. If you can just tell us briefly a little bit about it and the reasons why council should grant the request.
Okay. As for what they are, it's pretty much, it's the same as what's been done there in the past, other than by different people. I don't know, you guys are aware of what they are, so it's exactly the same thing.
Okay. Have we ever?
No, no, this is my first time.
Your first time.
I mean, I've been in Orangeville in the past, but like 15 years ago.
But you've run events in Orangeville?
Yeah, in the past, like
Yes.
been about 15, 16 years now.
Okay.
I haven't been.
Okay. Members of council, questions? Elaine caught my eye first, followed by Ralph, followed by Melinda.
Thank you for coming. And I just want to understand, because you do know that our bylaw says sound or vibration is noise,
Yeah.
and it's noise if it's likely to disturb somebody.
Yes.
And we've had lots of, situations that it's disturbed people. And so I want to understand why you need to go to 11 p.m. It gets dark at 8 o'clock now.
This one here, we have kind of it's like a finals, so it carries on a little. It won't be on until 11. I put 11 o'clock just as 11 o'clock. The rodeo itself, like by 9:30, will be done. I just put 11 o'clock as,
So how do you do this in the dark?
like they have the lights. It's still,
Okay, so
Yeah.
could we consider changing it to 9 o'clock?
sure.
It's very generous of you.
Ralph, and then Melinda.
Hi, thanks for coming. Just a note about the timing here. This is August the 25th, and you're asking for an event, that's permission for noise for an event that's in 4 days' time.
Yes,
come?
we didn't have, the day, or when everything got submitted was, I believe, was on a Monday, and you guys had your previous meeting on the Tuesday, so I couldn't get in on that one. It was kind of a rush thing. We didn't have a whole lot of time to do the 60 days.
Is this an application here because it was canceled somewhere else?
No.
No, it's just a last-minute thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Yeah, thanks for coming. In person, it's very helpful and for people to come as opposed to just in writing. So I appreciate that. When you made a comment that you were at in Orangeville 15 or 16 years ago, was it at this facility that is in Mono, or was it a?
No, it was there at the fairgrounds.
So it was there at the fairgrounds.
Yeah, but
so
there was no. I mean, we didn't require a noise bylaw
well, no, we actually had a noise bylaw that said you couldn't make any noise after 5 p.m. So there was a noise bylaw, and the whole reason why we redid it was because it wasn't being respected or whatever.
Ours was at that time indoors.
Because that was from 2004, that old bylaw. Anyway, it was here at in this town that
Yes.
you were here before.
Yes.
And
like I said, the ones that we did at that time were held indoors.
Indoors.
Yes.
Right, but you have the windows open and things make noise anyway. So, but may I ask why you stopped going to Orangeville? Like, why the 15-year gap between?
No, I've always I've held them other places too since COVID. I've had health issues, like I've had 4 bypasses and stuff like that. So I only really started back up last year.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
So, and I did one in Cambridge. This year I held one in Milton earlier in the year.
Okay.
So I'm not doing a whole lot. I only do like 1 or 2 a year. That's all I do.
So, and the reason to do them in different locations is because the community comes from different places.
It's the community location, like the grounds that that we can have the grounds to use this for what we do, basically location, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Porteous, do you have an agreement with the Orangeville Fair Board? Do you have a contract?
Yes. I don't have one with me, but...
Are they requiring that you get a noise exemption from us in order for the event to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that should be clearly on the record that that's their insistence.
Yep.
We are not in a position to say no to the event. all we're considering here today is a request to exempt you from provisions of the noise bylaw.
Yes.
So we're not
Yeah,
shutting
but
down the event.
It is,
just to be clear.
like it's on their, they require us to get one.
Okay. So Elaine and then Fred.
Thank you, Mayor. And notwithstanding that, we have, in other situations, people provide us with the OSPCA letter of sanctioning the event. Do you have such a letter from the OSPCA, or have you ever had to provide a letter that sanctions your event for the treatment of the animals, et cetera?
I'm not quite understanding the question, but like, I mean, I got a letter from the fairgrounds that I uploaded.
No,
on
not
your-
the fairgrounds, the animal safety people, the OSPCA.
Elaine, just to put things
Just
into
a question.
context. Yeah, but nothing hinges on this because that's not part of the application.
Yeah.
Noise
And
is the issue.
OSPCA, I mean, they'll never give you a letter for any rodeo of any sort, so
Okay.
that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
I just want to understand the mayor's question. You're saying you have a contract, and if you don't get a noise exemption from us, then you can't run the affair? Is that the effect of your contract?
I'm not sure to that question.
Well, your contract says you must get a noise exemption from us
Yeah,
because
must apply for a noise exemption, yes.
to follow up on what the mayor said, we're only regulating noise,
Yeah.
not the activity. But I want to understand something. If we
Well, that's,
if we
I
have to
can't
regulate
answer that
noise
question
and say
because
you don't get an exemption, then it seems to me indirectly we're regulating the activity.
We can run it without noise,
What?
or we can run it without noise.
No, the contract says he must get the exemption from us to run the affair, as I understand what the.
It's not I must get it, I must apply for one.
Well, you must apply for one.
I must apply for one.
Okay.
Doesn't matter if you get it or not.
Okay.
That's
We've
what it
had
states.
instances in the past where that's not been very clear, and it sounds like you must get the exemption or else the event can't occur.
Okay.
And if all it says is you must apply for one, I'm hoping that they will honor the contract as signed.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, are members of council wishing to say anything more before we have a vote? Yes.
Sorry, just a question. Has the application fee been received?
Yes, we have received the fee, Councillor Capes.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll go first. I just want to indicate, Mr. Borges, that my position is consistently that a noise exemption request is actually a request for a permit to make noise. Okay. And I've got a problem with that, and I think that events can occur that do not intrude upon the neighborhood. I don't know if this is one of them, but I think that it is possible that things can occur outdoors at the event center that do not need a noise permit, as I call it. The other concern I have is the short notice on this. One of the provisions of applying for an exemption or permit is that the neighborhood be circulated. And I would rather suspect that the neighborhood has not been circulated with notice.
We've put it on the Orangeville Mono Community Center Facebook page.
Okay.
Been 2 weeks, I guess. Or,
Well, I appreciate that. I don't know that
And
that's what the bylaw intends, but thank you for doing that. Any other comments from council? Elaine?
Well, I just want to go back to the timing. In our bylaw, it states certain noises can't occur from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And so 10 p.m. Seems to be a number that's been defined as you can't make noise after 10 p.m. And I know it says you can't make noise at all. I agree with that. But
Disturbing noise.
all noise is disturbing to somebody. Anyway, I just don't know if we can
Like, I mean, if we were holding
contain
a
the
concert
noise.
there or something, I could see that how that's like extravagantly loud. Our announcer at our shows, like, it's just an announcer. It's, even if we do play some music, it's just to entertain the people for that are standing, you know, like in between people doing stuff there in the grandstands. It's always down low enough that I'm pretty sure it hardly ever leaves those, it won't leave the grounds.
But as you
And
said
it'll be-
yourself, sorry, go ahead.
And, you know, I've been there and seen it. Like our announcer and like say the speakers, we'll put them facing the gravel pit, which works for us. It's not going to be going towards the residential areas or anything like that. And the level of noise that's there, it won't make it to anybody's backyard.
And just to go back to something you said earlier, you said like the whole rodeo part is finished by 9:30. So
Yeah.
what happens?
Like there's no after party or anything like that. If that's what you're asking.
No, so it's just, it's done, then people leave
Yeah,
and you
people
close up
leave,
and
yeah.
take your stuff out.
Yeah.
So there's really no requirement for 11 PM.
No, like I said, I use that number as
Okay,
just
So,
okay, thank you.
so I have a prepared motion I'll read, and of course, council is welcome to move any amendments to it. That we approve the issuance of a noise exemption permit pursuant to Bylaw 2026-8, noise bylaw to Joe Borges to hold a Portuguese-style rodeo on August 29th, 2026 at the Orangeville Agricultural Society Fairgrounds, and that the permit shall be conditional to all terms detailed in the permit, including but not limited to, number one, use of amplified sounds between the hours of 12 and 2300. Two, provide the town with a phone number for the on-site event organizer who will be responsible to make any adjustments to sound levels as directed by Mono's bylaw enforcement officer. And finally, that the $500 application fee be waived. Are there any motions to amend that? Fred?
I'd like to amend the clause saying that until 11 PM. I think 9 PM is reasonable.
And looking at all the sort of restrictions in our bylaw, if you can't make certain noises between 10 and 7 in the morning, 10 PM and 7 in the morning, so
But I don't
was
think,
just
I
trying to
don't
be
think a
consistent
bullfight
with
is a
that.
delineated noise for purposes of it past 10 o'clock.
No, I know.
So subject to what the rest of council says, I would amend it to 9 PM, I guess.
Okay. Do we have a mover and a seconder, and do we have consent to?
Friendly amendment
I
not to
think I
waive
need
the
a
fee.
mover and a seconder first, and then I'll start seeing whether or not it's friendly or not. So Councillor Capes moves, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Now, obviously, Deputy Mayor's amendment is consensual. Are you in agreement with that?
I think it's friendly.
Okay. 9 p.m. Okay.
Can we have a little bit of discussion now that we've
Absolutely.
seconded it, please?
Yeah.
Just to, looking at the schedule that is attached to our clerk's report, the surge in amount of Portuguese-style rodeos we've been having in the town of Mono is bananas. We've got, if we grant you or if you carry ahead, doesn't matter whether we grant it or not, if you go ahead with yours on the 29th, that's 3 weeks in a row there's Portuguese rodeos going on. Are you guys not working together? When you say it's the finals of
We
your...
work some, yeah, we
Isn't
have
it like a-
individual and some of us, and then we get together with, some of these we're involved with each other, yes.
Well, like if you're doing
So-
your finals, what's the finals for what? Like, isn't it a contest? Isn't there
Yeah.
some sort of contest to
It's
element
a little
to it?
bit of a contest, yeah, but it's like each one kind of does their own on their own.
So it's
like-
really just a party or entertainment. It's really just an entertainment.
It's an entertainment, yeah, it could be. If that's how you want to class it.
But because the organizer names are different.
Yes.
There's 3 in a row, and they're 3 different people.
Yeah.
Okay.
that are responsible, like, yeah, it's each one's individually, yes.
All right, thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, this is a real difficult one for me because I agree with Councillor Davey. I mean, every weekend we have some event that causes some noise for some number of hours. However, in this case, given the lateness of the application and the fact that he's already got it organized, I'm prepared to vote yes on the motion on the floor, but I do so with this qualification that if I'm still here after the next election, I'm hoping we can introduce a bylaw that prohibits Portuguese rodeos in the town of Mono, just as we did with the kite flying thing. We passed a bylaw that prohibits that. I know we're not supposed to be talking about the activity you're running. We're only supposed to be talking about noise, but I have a concern with Portuguese bullfighting, and so I will vote yes today, but I am hoping to introduce a motion that...
No campaigning now.
Okay.
I think he's over the top there. I think,
Elaine, and then Ralph.
So the other amendment I would like to make is we're not waiving the fee, because it's already paid.
if council approves the motion as presented, waive the fee, I will return the fee to the organizer. So as opposed to, technically it's not waiving, well, it's waiving, but it's already been paid, so I'll just return it. But I insisted that it be paid in advance.
Thanks for that clarification.
In the event that.
But I still would like to not waive the fee, so I can't vote for the motion the way it is.
Well, that's not a friendly...
It's your motion, Councillor Capes. So the mover and seconder can change their own motion any way they wish.
As the seconder, I don't agree with that change.
Okay, so I'll call a separate vote on the waiving of the fee in advance of a motion, the overall motion. If we're agreeable to that.
If you can do that?
Absolutely.
Well, Your Worship, this motion includes the line that the fees be waived. So it's, unless either it's removed by the mover and seconder or someone moves an amending motion.
That's right. I would be calling for an amending motion.
Which would be called before this motion.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. That would be my intention.
Okay, how about I provide you with an amending motion that says that, no, I can't do that.
Yes, you can.
Sure, technically you could,
You can.
or, yes, ma'am, yes.
Yeah, you need a seconder, though.
Well, she has to call the
Well,
motion first.
So sorry, but I would like to call for an amendment that we do not waive the fee.
Okay.
That's what I move
And
as
is
my
there a
motion. Is there a seconder?
that?
Your Worship, just because it's starting to get hard to follow. So Councillor Capes, your motion is that we strike out from the main motion the clause and that we waive the $500 application fee. Is that
Exactly
your
what I
motion?
meant to say. Thank you, Fred.
And we vote on that first. Do we have a seconder for that?
Yes, so that I can say something.
Okay. So that is seconded. Discussion?
So the discussion is just a general thing, not about you particularly, but a general thing for the public. We have spent an inordinate amount of time on this noise bylaw. We really felt that we had something. Now that we've put it into practicality in this summer, we have found that there are some shortcomings to it. And one of the big shortcomings is that we have set these fees. We've spent, not that we're getting paid for it, but our staff is getting paid for this time. So we do need to collect fees. Money is being spent in an effort to debate all these things and have people come and so on. There is a cost to it. And so far we have, I believe, my memory is that we've waived everybody. And so you kind of have to stick with what you're doing, right? But I think on principle, if we're going to have a bylaw and we're going to have rules, then we shouldn't be waiving fees. I don't care how much money you're in need of or anything. If you're coming to me asking me for something and you knew that there was a fee, then you need to pay it.
But correct me if I'm wrong, you're the mover of the motion to waive the fee, the seconder. You're the seconder to waive the fee.
I seconded a motion in effort to have some discussion, but what we're wanting to do is strike waiving the fee out of the motion. That's what this is, so that there is a fee to be paid.
Okay.
Right?
Fred?
My only comment is, yes, Councillor Davey is correct, except the principle we followed is for people who've made the application before our new noise bylaw was passed, we have consistently waived the fee because they didn't know it when they made the application. So I will be voting against this amendment.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Yeah, you've taken the words right out of my mouth, Fred. That's the only reason for waiving the fee here, and that doesn't apply to this case.
Melinda?
Right.
Right, so the motion on the floor right now is that a fee should be paid.
No, the motion is
it's the opposite.
Strike out the clause.
It's the opposite.
It's the opposite.
The motion that you have on the table is that we're going to waive the fee.
Or return, in this instance, return it.
The motion that you have put on is that that fee should not be waived and it should be paid. And we have to, and Fred said, we have to vote on that new motion from Elaine that I seconded. We have to vote on that first before we vote on yours, because yours says waive and we couldn't get the seconder to make the guy pay the fee. That's like,
Okay.
right?
Mr. Borges, thank you for your patience.
Right?
You just got to do things proper.
So to be clear, we have a motion on the floor, moved by Elaine, seconded by Melinda, to not waive the fee or to return the fee. So that's what we're voting on first.
Or you need some comma, I need to have that written. It's just to not return the fee.
Is to strike that clause from the main motion.
Yes.
Which is effectively what you
Yeah.
said.
Fred gave it to us in perfect words that I would have used as well.
Okay. Fred, do you have a better way of expressing it than I did?
So the amending motion on the floor is to strike out from the main motion the clause and that the $500 application fee be waived. So if that carries, then the main motion will no longer include the clause to waive the fee, ergo the town will not refund the fee if the amending motion passes.
Okay.
Right? That's, hey,
Yeah.
right? You understand that? Okay, you want to call the question on the amending
I'm going to
motion?
call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. And on the main motion, minus the $500 application fee be waived.
So, and your worship, also that the main motion had been amended by the mover.
To 9 p.m.
To read, 9 p.m. or 2100.
Yeah, 2100. Okay, let's be consistent. We'll put 2100. Okay. So all those in favor of the main motion? Those opposed to the main motion? And that motion is carried. Thank you.
Did you follow what we were all doing? You have it?
You've got your exemption.
I got my exemption and I'm paying $500.
But you didn't get your $500. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's-
But people.
It's the fee.
But
So-
people can still complain if the fee, if the terms of the waiving, if the terms of the
No, and
exemption.
I read
terms
up
of the
on it,
exemption.
and yeah, if it was something that was planned pre the bylaw being made, that you guys would accept, not charge the fee.
Right, but
But this is not the case.
And to be clear, simply because we
Your bylaw was done in February, so.
Yeah, to be clear, simply because we've passed an exemption, or as I would say, a permit, to make noise, does not preclude any resident in the town of Mono who is aggrieved by what they perceive to be noise from telling us about it. We
Yeah.
need to get feedback from the
No,
neighborhood.
exactly.
Okay.
Or calling the bylaw officer.
Well, they don't call directly.
And so
but,
another question was there, or another thing you guys mentioned was who was in charge there, so it'll be me and my phone number that's on the application,
Okay.
so there's no change in that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next item up is the noise exemption permit to Francisco Ramos. If you'd like to come forward on behalf of. And this is the one where you had a cancellation and you're looking at a new date?
Yeah, so we weren't able to perform our full event. Actually, the second event that happened this past weekend, we got rained out as well. So we just haven't had any luck, unfortunately, with the weather-wise. July 18th, we performed an event, not to our full terms, unfortunately. Same as this past weekend, August 22nd. The first one on July 18th, we had a haze alert with the fire hazards that occurred within Ontario. So the air quality was unconditional for animals and people. And it did also thunder and rain. The second run that we just had on Saturday, unfortunately, we were rained out. We weren't able to perform our full event again. So in terms of that, we need basically to redeem ourselves from our losses for those 2 runs. So we are requesting for September 26th.
Okay. Let me just read the motion. That we amend the noise exemption permit issued to Francisco Ramos and approved by council on April 28th, 2026 by adding September 26, 2026 as the permitted event date. All other terms and conditions of the permit are unchanged. Do I have a mover for that? Deputy Mayor moves, seconded by, do I have a seconder? Councillor Capes. Questions or comments of council? Ralph, and then Melinda, and then Elaine.
You commented about the meeting on the 18th being canceled because of weather. Is that correct?
So it wasn't fully canceled. We showed up because we still paid our rental fee for the facility grounds and everything. We showed up, we set up and everything. We just couldn't perform our full event. So halfway through, we shut down.
So we had a comment from a resident that the event to some extent carried on. So is that correct? You had
It carried on to some extent, and then we closed down. We didn't perform our full event.
Okay, thank you.
Melinda, and then Elaine.
Well, that's what I was going to clarify. And this, when you say you also got rained out on the weekend here, you didn't even come to do it, or you did?
We came.
Started and set up and then had to.
Yeah.
So that's not really the same as having something canceled.
No, I didn't put cancel. I don't believe I put cancellation fee. I put that we couldn't perform our full event.
Right. So I just kind of, as I say, and again, this isn't necessarily what you're asking for now. I'm not the guy that licenses things that happen at the fair, but it seems to me that we got a whole bunch of rodeos going on, and maybe we should, spice it up with some other events. And that, you've had a good season in that you've had a couple already, but.
We had one full event and then the 2 kind of fallouts with the weather. Unfortunately, we can't.
With respect to the noise, are you aware of that? Was there any? Before you got rained out, were there any problems or concerns?
I asked the facility coordinator if everything went well and if there was any complaints. She told me no. So
okay.
We haven't received any complaints to our ears.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Elaine?
I just need some clarification, if you don't mind. So you had an approved rodeo for July 11th.
No, so we had 4 original dates: May 30th,
Yep.
July 18th, August 22nd, and October 10th. July 18th and August 22nd, we were weathered out.
Okay, somewhere I read July 11th was the rain out.
No, that was in our event.
Okay, so July 18th was rained out.
July 18th and August 22nd, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Sorry that we can't control the weather.
I know it's an unfortunate weather event, but we got to pull through and we got to do our best to make it happen.
Thank you. And again, you heard my concerns in supporting these kind of applications, but
Yes.
other councillors may take a different view.
Okay.
Okay, shall I call the question? Yes. All those in favor of the motion before us? Those opposed? Motion is lost. That does not preclude you from proceeding, but you will not have a noise exemption bylaw.
Okay.
Or noise exemption to the bylaw.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's have a 10-minute break.
I would just like to say that we've had so many of these, and you set up the other 2, they didn't completely run, but the residents have been compoundedly exposed to many events, and this is another sort of add-on to getting towards, you know, the end of the season, and so it's nothing personal, okay? Yeah.
We just thought
You would try.
too, and
I know.
we're trying to redeem ourselves and put our gains back because we don't. Can you put your microphone on just while you're speaking? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, is it all good now? Okay, so we just figured that we would replace those 2 dates with the 26th because we do still have to pay for these events that occur even if we're rained out or not. So we were just trying to redeem our costs.
And again, I think in fairness, I need to ask the question, is there any indication from the event center that you have a contract?
So we had a contract, well, I signed a document for 4 runs for this year
Right.
specifically. It was a request to apply for a noise permit.
Okay.
That's the fairgrounds request on when we get the paperwork.
Okay, thank you. We just want that on the record. Thank you.
Yes, no problem.
Yes.
So these events which got started and were rained out, were you not able to charge attendance fees to the people who came?
So we did. Unfortunately, our numbers didn't meet quota. So we only, like the first run, we did really well. We reached 315 people. The second and third run, we just hit under 100.
Do people pay per run?
There is an entry fee of $20.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you again. We're going to have a 10-minute recess.
So I think we should rename our
Again, the next item on the agenda is the report and motion with regard to the 6th line unopened road allowance. And Deputy Mayor Nix has declared an interest and is leaving the council chamber.
Be indirect conflict of interest thing.
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor Nix, could you, for the record, just state what the conflict is?
The indirect conflict is that I am a member of the Bruce Trail, and part of this sale of the unopened road allowance is to the Bruce Trail.
Thank you. So I'm going to read the motion, and then we'll have the questions and discussion. That we received the report of the clerk titled Closed 6-Line EHS Unopened Road Allowance dated August the 14th, 2026, and that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to permanently close the unopened road allowance between concessions 6 and 7 EHS at lots 7 and 8, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Capes moves, seconded by Councillor Davey. Questions, discussion? Ralph?
I'm a little fuzzy on all the details here, so I just would like to clarify with the clerk what exactly is happening. My understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we are selling parts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and we're selling a part pin which ends in 011. And the other part of it is that we are not charging the Bruce Trail for the portion there. The portion of the Bruce Trail is purchasing, which I think is part 1, and that the sale to the others is going to be by negotiation with the town. And that negotiation is all.
That's almost, I'm sorry, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
With the exception that the Bruce Trail is paying for the portion that they're going to acquire. Staff had made a recommendation previously, or not made a recommendation, had passed along the request from the Bruce Trail that they not have to pay, and council indicated that they were to pay a proportionate amount for the amount that they were going to acquire, which they've agreed to. All parties, we have a verbal agreement. It'll go to lawyers to be written up and finalized, but the last administrative step prior to that is to legally close the road, and that's the step we're at now.
And my additional thing about, thanks for that clarification, is that you have negotiated a number, it comes to I think 45,000 you indicated, and we're going to agree to that.
I've indicated it so that council's aware, but council gave staff the authority to negotiate the price, and I've indicated what we've negotiated.
Fine.
So at this point, we're seeking council's approval to close the road.
So it's essentially as I indicated, except for the Bruce Trail. So thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
What do you mean?
Councillor Magdallo indicated that he thought that we were giving the land to the Bruce Trail, when in fact we are going to receive payment for it.
I didn't understand his last comment.
Sorry, microphone. Microphone, please.
My last comment was that what I'd indicated as being the conditions of this movement was agreed to essentially by the clerk.
Yeah. Yeah, so this, we've talked about this a number of times now. We talked about it recently, where we went over again what exactly the pieces were, where we gave permission for them for the staff to take over, as the staff should be. It's not a council position to do the negotiating for the sale. It is our job to deem it surplus. And then now that it's been deemed surplus and there's been negotiations, it's our job to close it. But that's all.
Yeah, and as I understand it, once you've deemed something surplus, there are different ways of disposing of that land, one of which is negotiation. And council did in fact instruct staff to negotiate, as opposed to real estate listings and that kind of thing. Yeah. Okay, any further questions or comments on the recommendation? I've read the motion. Any opposed to the motion? And that motion is carried.
Thank you, staff.
And if we can get Deputy Mayor back. Next item on the agenda is the EV charging station MOU renewal. And who on staff would like to address that?
I wrote the report, Your Worship. So this is basically carrying on with the same agreement under the same terms that the council has had for the two stations at this building, with the exception that the reimbursement for the electricity costs that we bear has increased slightly, but they are sufficient to cover our costs that we pay for electricity.
Okay. I don't appear to have a motion on that. Am I missing something?
I can read there is a prepared motion,
Okay,
Your
go
Worship,
ahead.
but I can read it out if you don't have it in front of you.
Yes,
Okay. That we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw authorizing the town of Mono to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the County of Dufferin for the operation and maintenance of electric vehicle charging stations, substantially in the form as attached to Schedule A to the bylaw, and that it be signed by the mayor and the clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book.
Thank you. And I did find it, and that's what the motion says. Yes, moved. Moved by Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any opposition? Oh, any questions?
Yeah,
Yes,
before
go
we
ahead.
vote, we want to discuss, right? Because this is particularly with our new Climate Change Action Committee and all that, things that have to do with electrical stuff is important. I have a question. How come we are now doing this 9 months after the terms say that they're going to start discussions 6 months before the end of the term? Did that happen? Why did it, so why did it take so long?
Staff has been in communications with the county, and I believe it just fell off their plate.
Because it's a whatever. I mean, it's just something that you might as well do things on time and right.
Like missing a water sample that you didn't have a calendar to
Well, yeah, but it's a lot of months. It's a lot of months, right? But okay.
It fell off, I believe, the county's list, and we poked them to get this MOU running again.
Thank you, because I would assume if this is a county thing, then this would also be a county project to have the chargers at all the towns. I would imagine that all of the towns have been a little delayed in it all too, right?
I'm not 100% who entered into MOUs with the county, but I think a lot of the lower tiers did, at least for one station. We asked for Mono Center at the same time, you may recall, but we've failed on that application twice now. MTO doesn't deem it to be a...
What's the utilization like?
That was what triggered that question was what triggered the actual finding out that the MOU was, we were trying to get our heads wrapped around the utilization, and that I believe has or will be provided very soon from the county. I don't think you're going to fall over with the amount of they're not waiting in line to get out there. But there has been some weekend utilization we've seen. We see the odd 6 a.m. person out there, but we don't see a lot of daytime use. So.
I was just going to say that, the county has provided those figures for all of the charging stations about 6 months ago, but off the top, I can't remember them. You're right. I don't think anyone would fall off their chair looking at the numbers, but they are being used.
Yeah, I firmly believe that there's the community centers would probably be, they would get utilized at the weddings and at the, but destination and wayfinding, I think people are coming to Mono Cliffs with a full charge, and they're not, but it is there. It's a service provided, and it's pretty good.
Linda?
Well, and also, thank you very much, Mayor, because also in the MOU, it is a cost to the town, right? It's nice that they give us the couple of fractions of a cent back for whatever, but the actual having to plow around it and make sure it's okay and everything is a cost to our Public Works Department, right?
We plow the parking lot anyway.
I know, but not delicately around something so that things could get there. You could just kind of plow a little differently if you didn't have a very expensive piece of equipment in the middle.
Okay.
We moved a few signs to make it easier for us. They're at the outside of where they probably should be, but it does fit a full-size loader in there now, which is so people can get access to the station. But there was a minimal impact to it.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor. Is there any opposition to? Seeing none, motion passes. Then we get to this exotic thing called a Joint Compliance Audit Committee report. And I'll read the motion and then we'll have discussion. The council receives staff report, Joint Compliance Audit Committee 2026 Municipal and School Board Elections dated July 31st, 2026, and that council approves the establishment of a Joint Compliance Audit Committee for the 2026 to 2030 term and delegate authority to the clerk to appoint members in accordance with the approved terms of reference. And further, that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to establish a Joint Compliance Audit Committee, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover for that? Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Capes. Questions and discussion? Who wants to go first? And has this ever been used? That's my question. Have we ever had to use it? Jessica?
My understanding is that no, the town of Mono has not had a request for a compliance audit, and I'm not aware of any from the other participating municipalities either.
Excuse me.
Yes. Go ahead.
In the last election, or was it 2 elections ago, we had one person who ran for the school board who did not file their financial statements and was banned from running for the next election. I'm not going to name that person, so somebody must have, my assumption is that fining must have been done by an audit compliance committee, wasn't it, Fred?
I believe that was a school board that was administered by a different municipality.
This municipality.
Yeah, school boards, one municipality in each riding for a school board oversees it for all the municipalities within that riding.
It's probably East Garifax.
Different school board.
He's a very busy fellow. Okay, motion's on the floor. I'll call the vote. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Closed meeting investigator services. I'll read the motion. The council receives the closed meeting investigator services report dated July 31st, 2026, and the council directs staff to take the necessary steps to transition the town's closed meeting investigator program to the Ontario Ombudsman effective January 1st, 2027, upon expiry of the local LAS program. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Questions, discussion? Has this ever been utilized, invoked, or otherwise relied upon?
What the LAS got?
Have we ever had a closed meeting complaint, I guess is what I'm asking.
Yes.
No, we've not had a closed meeting complaint in my term of as clerk.
But if you read the Ombudsman report, which is in Schedule A, that is kind of the thing that is a problem for the councils, right? The Ombudsman does a whole bunch of stuff, and with respect to councils, it's very often what's happened in a
My
closed
question
meeting.
was specific to this council.
All right,
Yeah.
okay.
Fred?
And I just want to clarify, so when we were with LAS, the Ombudsman was not doing closed meeting investigations on the town of Mono, but they were still doing other types of investigations.
Yeah.
Which is why Mono was included in their most recent report.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Any opposition? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the Ontario Land Tribunal appeal. And I'll put the motion on the floor that Council receives staff report Ontario Land Tribunal Appeal 20 Medill Drive dated August 17th, 2026. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Mangtalo. Is there any discussion? I think this is just informing us that the matter is going to appeal. Okay. So is it the wish of Council to support this?
Yes.
And the motion is carried accordingly. We're just receiving it. Yeah, the motion is to receive. So the next motion has to do with e-bikes. Now I'll read it and then we can have discussion. Whereas in Ontario, e-bikes and e-scooters are regulated by provincial law under the Ontario Highway Traffic Act. Local municipalities have the final say on whether they are permitted on their public sidewalks, bike lanes, or roads and public properties such as parks. And whereas e-bikes and e-scooters are becoming more popular, and whereas there has been an increased number of deaths and injuries related to these forms of transportation, and whereas Mono has experienced damage to paved surfaces on in our public parks with costs incurred by taxpayers for repair, and whereas no municipalities in Dufferin have opted into the provincial pilot program, therefore be it resolved that Council hereby declare that the use of e-bikes remains subject to the Highway Traffic Act rules, and e-scooters will be considered illegal for use on public roads, sidewalks, trails, parks within the town of Mona, and only permissible on private property. And you'd like to move that to Councillor Capes?
Yes, I'd like to move that, and I know that you have additional information about this through the OPP.
Yeah. I'm happy to second it and open it up for discussion.
Right, okay.
Councillor Davey?
Thank you very much, Elaine, for bringing this forward. It's a hot topic, everybody around. Everybody around, all the municipalities are being concerned about. The problem with the motion that I see it is there's a discussion, you open up by e-bikes and e-scooters, and the damage that we had was by e-bikes, not e-scooters, right? Like, because the tires were so much bigger. The tires on the e-scooters are quite narrow versus that pattern that we saw on the rubber at Island Lake Park. Was it Island Lake Park? It was Island Lake Park. So at any rate,
Do we have proof of that?
Well, we saw the pictures, and if you see the equipment. But anyway, never mind. I digress. What really is that the education, I think, is what we need, as opposed to just a motion that says banning, because they already are not allowed. You can't be on one of these things if you're under 16. You have to be on a helmet. They're not allowed on the roads. The opting program. What did you call it? The pilot program. The pilot program is to override the illegalness of them and say that you can have them. So it's kind of not necessary for us to ban them, but I actually really believe that it's necessary for us to get education out there, education that these are illegal, that parents shouldn't be buying for their kids, their kids shouldn't be riding them, and they're very dangerous, and that you will be fined by the police, who have got because there's been some deaths, they've got a mandate and an interest to be doing something, but we also know they have a mandate and interest to stop speeding on Airport Road and do all these, like, there's just so much. So I'm wondering, is there something that we could, some brainstorming adding that we could in some way, as opposed to just making this statement and saying we're banning it, to somehow increase education in our community to keep our people safe?
I can speak to that, and then I'll recognize Ralph. The OPP is going to launch a public education program around this, and we have a Police Services Board meeting tomorrow that I'll be attending, and the topic is on their agenda. So the public education is in fact occurring. I think as well it's occurring because of a motion like this that reminds everybody that we are not part of the pilot program, that provisions of the Highway Traffic Act still apply even if we were part of the pilot program. You're correct in that regard. And this is in response to many phone calls that we've all probably received of the reckless use of these devices. And it's occurring in our subdivisions, it's occurring elsewhere. And, you know, whether or not the culprit in the case of the park was one of these devices, I think we're sending a signal to the public that this is just not on, and there are many municipalities that opted into the pilot program that wish they hadn't. Ralph and then Melinda. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you want to follow up on this?
Well, just the clarification between e-scooters, they're all illegal. They're selling them at Costco. Who knows why people sell the stuff they do, but they're illegal. But the e-bike situation it's nuanced. So the motorcycle, the dirt bikes and so on that have the power in their motor with a throttle to be able to burn rubber like you're doing in your car when you pull donuts or whatever, or when you muck up our new thing. Those are a different entity than just e-bikes in general, which are pedal assisted, and you're only ever going to get the amount of energy out of it that, I mean, they're throttled, they're not throttle's not the right word, they're held back to be not able to go as fast, they don't have as much oomph in their motor, and in order to get the oomph to go, you have to put your physical, as opposed to just turning a throttle like a motorcycle. So I would like a little bit more clarification in here, because we have terrific trails in our community that we maintain. We do like bicyclists to use, and nowadays e-bikes e-assisted bikes are not banned. They are allowed, they are encouraged, it's here to stay. But these other ones, they're illegal.
Would it assist if we modified the wording to say e-devices?
Say what?
E-devices.
No, it's simply.
Okay. Ralph, go ahead. And then Fred.
Okay.
So a couple of comments and a suggestion. I agree with you.
Fred, Mike.
A couple of comments and a suggestion. I agree with you, Melinda. I doubt that e-bikes you can burn rubber with them. I have one. I'm not an expert in them, but you certainly need to pedal in order to get the assistance to work, and it's really hard to burn rubber. I think it must have been something else that was damaging our tennis court. I think your purpose here is to bring this issue of scooters into the public's understanding. They already are banned. They're not allowed. That's part of the Highway Act, and they're banned unless we enter a pilot project, which we're not. So this statement that they'll be considered illegal, I don't quite think we can do that, because they are illegal. Maybe what you'd like to do is to change the word consider to recognized, and it would sound like this. Declare that the use of e-bikes remains subject to Highway Traffic Acts, and that e-scooters will be considered, will be recognized, I should say, will be recognized, because people don't recognize them right now. And that is a part of the public education to which I think John and you are both talking about. The way it reads right now, it suggests that we're trying to ban them. We're not, because they already are banned. So my friendly amendment is to change considered, should be considered, I think, to recognized.
Recognized as illegal?
Recognized as illegal, yes.
Any problem with that? I'm fine with that. Yeah, so recognized as illegal. Fred?
Can I just ask an ignorant question? An e-bike is like a bike that you own, Ralph.
Yep.
And that's, I know it's been written on the 7th line. That is illegal?
No, it's not illegal. E-bikes are quite legal.
They're quite legal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, under the Highway Traffic Act.
Okay, because we're just saying, in the therefore clause, we're just saying e-scooters.
That's right.
Okay.
And that's the operative part of the motion. Everything else is brilliant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess if we really wanted to educate people, which is the purpose of this, though I still stand by, thanks that the OPP is coming out, but I'd like Mono to do something. I would like it on our Facebook page. I'd like it at our environmental control party in October. That it's great to have these e-things, but be responsible or whatever. But it's the e-motorbike as opposed to the e-pedal bike. Yeah. I think is maybe a distinction. That those e-dirt bikes are not allowed on the road. And in Mono, because I'm a dirt biker, you're not even allowed to have your dirt bike your engine dirt bike on the road, right? You guys made that law before I showed up. So I think it's important to not remove the bicycle part of it so that people are not bicycle, the bike part of it, and to somehow put in there, so I would use the expression dirt bikes, because that's what they are. They're an real off-road bicycle as opposed to just a mountain e-bike that's pedal assisted. But.
If your microphone's on.
Ron.
Well, I'm not sure what you're.
Go ahead.
I'm not quite sure what you're suggesting the change would be.
Yeah, I didn't understand. Yeah.
And by the way, we made this rule before you came because we'd heard you were coming.
I only go where I'm allowed to go, so not to worry. But the change only because your whereas is all start. So if we're only going to change the bottom to a therefore.
Recognized.
Then we need to also, I think, take into account, if we're going to change it, I think we need to take into account that the expression e-bikes is a bit too broad and misleading in contrast to e-scooters, because an e-scooter, there's no way to make it move except for standing on it and pulling the throttle, right? Or no, I guess you could push whatever, but you don't, right? So anyway, the whole thing is just a little bit cumbersome. So
I think the amendment to recognize illegal is important, and I think it captures it. I think we do need to send a signal that even the conventional dirt bike, we've all seen examples of people not wearing helmets and not being insured, not being plated for those devices, and that is troublesome. That is very troublesome.
And for education with respect to this, buying these toys for your children, there was a lawyer I saw on social media trying to get the message out. Really good, saying that, as parents, for these people under 16, like, you're liable. You're liable on many fronts if something should happen. Never mind the guilt that you'll feel when your kid's head gets smushed, right? Yeah.
Well, and that post is exceptionally helpful, because it points out that if a rider of one of these devices hits a pedestrian, the pedestrian can countersue the parents, and the whole thing devolves into a world of hurt for everybody concerned.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's partially my reason for bringing this forward, was the whole let's get people's attention about this. And I know that Orangeville did make a declaration, not just opt out of the program. They made a declaration that these were not legal. Now, they have more sidewalks and more places where, these could be encountered. But I thought, after our conversation about what happened in our own park, that, we should make a statement. And yes, there's a lot of education that needs to happen. And we were in Vaughan the other day, and these things are rampant. They're everywhere. People are driving them on every road, down like main streets. They even have, how you used to get a bicycle? You could use the bicycle and return it at another station. They even have these at those stations now. They do provide a helmet. But still, people are getting on them. They don't know. Anyway, so
they're pretty prevalent in Ottawa.
I appreciate the conversation.
Fred and Jessica, can we look into having something on the website that maybe picks up from another municipality the message? There are some very good municipal messages out there on this.
We'll do a scan, and we will certainly follow the OPP's lead as well.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So with the amendment on consent to recognize illegal as opposed to consider illegal, any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, it carries.
Thank you.
And finally, but not last, I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to appoint a town clerk and deputy clerk of the Corporation of the Town of Mono, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover for that? Oh, move it by Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Questions, comments? Go ahead. And then Fred.
Maybe I'm confusing things, but clerk and deputy clerk? So clerk is Jessica. Deputy clerk, is that not our CAO?
Both of them.
So Les and I are actually appointed under another bylaw. Should there be, it is my job description, in my job description as deputy clerk. And I was, but the bylaw, as I understand it from Jessica, that appointed me as CAO, also included my contract and other things. And then Les was appointed at another bylaw because we had some absenteeism at one point.
Right.
So you're well covered. And Fred another bylaw will come back in November, which will be a sad bylaw saying goodbye to our newest deputy clerk. So there will be some definitely a few bylaws, and then Jessica and I will speak about whether we want to do an all-encompassing bylaw
so it's
move us
right,
ahead.
Great, thank you.
It's a demotion now, and then worse news in the fall.
So we are a municipality that's blessed with 3 deputy clerks.
Yes.
Right.
At the minute, yep.
Go ahead, Fred.
I just wanted to know if the demotion from clerk to deputy clerk, does it change the position on the salary grid?
Absolutely.
That might affect his attendance, so...
Any further attempts at humor? Any opposed? Congratulations, Jessica. Thank you. You can trade chairs too.
But at this point, Ms. Kennedy will take over as clerk of the meeting.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. And there's lots of times for tribute and memories, Fred, so you haven't heard the last from us. Okay, Schedule A. I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. No? We're up to Schedule A.
Yep.
We are? So do I have a mover and a seconder to Schedule A, and then we can dive into it? Moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Capes. Items on Schedule A. Councillor Capes sent 2 in, I believe.
I sent 2 in.
And,
I have a few when you talk.
okay. So Councillor Capes first, then Fred, and we'll move down the table.
If they haven't been discussed already.
Yep.
Okay, one that I didn't put on the list was number 5, and I just want to make a quick comment because I think that livestock is already included in the county's emergency planning. Fred acknowledges that
Yes, it is.
that's true. So going straight.
Was that your only comment on that? Because can I clarify on that?
If you want to build on that.
Well, thank you, because it was on my list to ask for clarification, because we got this letter, and now because it's a number of weeks later, that it goes on to the Schedule A for the public to see. But it was a very good letter and a very good points, and seemed to be asking for a lot more of the actual logistics, like who are going to be the volunteers who are going to come and put my horse, because I don't have a trailer in when we're evacuated and everything. And so the answer was that yes, Dufferin, it's in the animals are in the plan for preparedness, but does the Dufferin, does it go as much as what this letter said? That's what I wanted to clarify. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Okay.
Oops, but now we have to wait because that stopped everything.
Did we lose our internet?
It looks like it stopped everything.
I would recommend, Your Worship, we give
Andrew
a few minutes to
us
get
back
everything back online, and
Okay.
confirm that we're online and streaming before we carry on. So, Andrew, if you can confirm when everything is back and ready and that we're streaming.
That was too quick for the generator to kick in.
They didn't kick in, no, but this seemed, and this, I don't know.
It looks like the stream is still active.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fred, you had a comment?
Yeah,
So I've reached out to Steve Murphy, who is the County Emergency Coordinator, and asked that this go on to the next county-wide Dufferin Joint Emergency Management Committee for further discussion. To your point, Councillor Davey, our emergency plan includes more than just a list of vendors and service suppliers. So we do have that list of various livestock and dead stock and other vendors in the agricultural area. But the plan also lays out certain specific actions in the event of an emergency. I think there are some good points in the letter, which is why I forwarded it to Steve Murphy, and I'm looking for the entire county to have a discussion on if there's further steps that we should consider.
Yeah, that's
Excellent.
great.
Thank you, that's great. Good.
Okay, so thank you, Melinda, and I want my two that I submitted to want to speak to was 15 and 21. So number 15. Right. So what this does is it means that any property that we had identified as having potential for heritage designation can now be, as of January 27th, destroyed without us being informed. So perhaps if we can somehow convince people to want to rally around doing more designations of those that are in the top of those that we don't want to see lost and those that we think are at the greatest threat. That's the fallout of this.
Can I ask a question on that?
Go ahead.
To do that, we would need a heritage committee. Do we still have a heritage committee?
We would have to reestablish a heritage committee.
But we only have 3 months to do that in.
They can work fast.
Okay.
Okay. The other suggestion that has been made by members of the former members of the Heritage Committee would be to create a list of historic properties of interest to replace what was heretofore on the registry. And I sort of like that idea. I think it should be voluntary. I don't think it will be a hard sell to get people who are formerly part of the registry to participate, but at least it would create a record of what we had previously designated for purposes of the registry.
Right, and we don't lose that. We lose the fact that it's listed, identified somewhere, but we still have the list of those properties. It's not like that disappears. But I like that idea, and I was thinking similarly. We did once upon a time do this, held an open house and invited people who were on the list to come and voluntarily step up to have their property designated. So if we wanted to, but that's a commitment in financial terms that we haven't budgeted for necessarily. If like 10 of those people come forward, we're looking at money. And anyway, it's worth having a little more review on, and maybe going back to some of those individuals that were on a heritage committee and reinstating a heritage committee and inviting people to come together. In fact, I'm not sure we actually need a heritage committee to designate properties, but Fred or Jessica will correct me on that.
If council establishes a heritage committee, then it's been delegated to that committee. However, if council doesn't establish such a committee, council still has the authority under the act to designate properties.
Right, thank
They
you.
would just have to have some other resources.
Yes.
Do the paperwork.
Right. Thank you.
Ralph?
So Elaine and I have had this conversation a little bit, and I think you're right. We do have a list, but that becomes unofficial after this, and hopefully it's in somebody's portfolio somewhere. But I think that the idea of having a special list of properties of interest is a good one, because that would become a private list of our town at all, and it's not regulated by regulation, and it would just be something that we've done for ourselves, and we would, I think that would probably provide some ability to follow up with it in a meaningful way.
But I thought that this new thing that's happening in January 1st is that if a property's on a list and it hasn't been designated by that date, you're not going to be able to do it. That was the point.
No,
Wasn't
they're actually abolishing the registry.
Yeah, so,
Abolishing that list.
well, that's right. So abolishing the list means we can't have, like,
Well,
I'm not quite sure what we can do.
I disagree. I think we can have our own list of notable properties. It doesn't have the strength or it's not binding in the same way that it used to be, but it becomes a record of historically significant properties in the town. And I'm happy to indicate that I'll bring them, I'm going to do a notice of motion for the next meeting to create such a list.
Right. So, Melinda, to your point, what happens with the January 27th date is those properties are not now considered under that provincial legislation to be listed, and therefore that they couldn't be demolished. That's the only thing. So what will happen is that disappears, but we could have that same list and keep that list. We just wouldn't be notified if any of those properties sought a building permit and demolition permit. That's the change. So we can still keep those
but what are we
list of names or properties.
Great, but what are we going to do with it? The ultimate point of the list, I thought, was properties that were of interest, so that then, and they had hundreds of them, so that then they would go through ultimately in due course, not knowing that there was some sort of a deadline so close, that they would go through them in due course and actually not just register them, but definitely designate them.
Yes, that's true.
So, but you're not even allowed to do that anymore because there's no list.
You can designate them, and that list doesn't matter. We can now say that list isn't here. We'll create a new list. It's the same list. And now we're going to use that list, and we can determine, we can do an invitation out to the community that's on that list, open house, see who wants to designate their property.
Okay.
And move forward.
All right.
I don't think it precludes voluntary designations. If somebody comes forward and says, I'd like to have my home designated, we would go through an investigation with a reconstituted committee, and we'd be guided by the fact that previously that property may or may not have been on the registry, which no longer exists. And, governments change, and maybe a registry will come back. Who knows? I don't know why it's going away.
Yeah, anyway, so.
Because they want to demolish. Because they want to build more homes.
They want to allow people to demolish properties. You're right, you're right.
New homes, I have no idea.
Well, because they're appreciating that they weren't supposed to take the green belt, so where else can we take some land? Oh, right, let's take land from places that have houses on them. I think, I don't know.
Still the
But
logic
okay.
is-
All right. Well. I mean, this was an extremely disappointing thing to see that we've looked at your comments on a short period of time, and we've decided not to. Right? I mean, that's what the letter said, which was very disappointing.
They're talking to themselves.
Okay, and then I had number 21. Let me get there. I think this is timely. There are so many municipalities being asked to accept these data centers, and there are a lot of them being turned away and causing, it's causing citizen concern. Even here, people are reaching out to me and saying, I heard this was going to happen in Mono, and I said, no, it's not. That was Hamilton, and they turned it down. Anyway, so I do want to support that the county have a statement on any development that we are not looking for data centers. They use a huge amount of water and power, and I don't see that we shouldn't combine and talk about it.
Melinda?
Thank you very much, Mary. Yeah, this was on my list, only to comment that there's this big hoopla around about how it takes a lot of water and like the mega quarry that wants to go below the water table up to try to get the limestone using water, and so therefore making us be worried about our water, and having just had the recent delegation regarding how, there's only so much. But for me, so this is good, but for me, it's okay, fine. Everybody makes a big stink about how you're not supposed to use the water. Well, then the engineers are just going to use air-cooled stuff and they're going to change, but it still is the power that is needed, that our infrastructure, that there won't be enough power to power our little station in the parking lot, right? I mean, that to me, that's what's really, and it's going to be very expensive, because if they do need power, if we do feel that we really need this AI and this is the way to go, and we're going to not use water to cool it, we're going to use whatever heat pumps and things that use electricity, then we need to make more electricity, and so then it's all going to be very expensive. So I would endorse this. I'm happy about that, but I want to see the one that really talks also about that energy is a really important part here that's going to be used.
Well, there's more than simply the water. As you say, there's the energy, but there's also the persistent hum that originates from these structures. And, we all know about windmills and actually the generating stations that windmills rely on emit a noise that is aggravating to neighbors. But I have a question for Mike, and that is, somebody comes through the door tomorrow and says, I want to build a 20,000, 50,000 square foot warehouse. And they put in the right paperwork, and it on the face of it, it looks just like a warehouse. But at some point, they transition that into a data center, and they don't run afoul of our official plan. They don't run afoul of our zoning, because the property in question is either currently allows a warehouse, or they make an application through the planning process to create a warehouse, and all of a sudden we have a data center. Am I too conspiratorial on that?
So warehouse would trigger us to think commercial, industrial immediately, which would only occur on a commercial industrial zone property, which is under our, I'll say OP. Well, under OP is under site plan, zoning is under site plan control. So we would run that warehouse through the ringer with site plan control. That's on title, and that would limit the uses to the current uses. Now, some of our commercial property has a definition for computer logistics, but I think the definition is repair and sales of computers as an allowable. So our definitions definitely don't include data centers, because they were not a thing when we did our last OP. But it would be on title, and they would be bound by their uses, and they would have to stay in line with those uses, allowable uses. So, and the square footage definitely would fall under zoning allowances.
But I'm just wondering about a Trojan horse here.
Yeah, exactly. Site plan, you're thinking a barn on a property being, we had a couple at the Committee of Adjustment last week where they were larger barns above what council, and that's why I think council gets the opportunity, or sorry, Committee of Adjustment gets the opportunity to manage the square footage of the impact of all land, whether it be rural land or urban commercial zone.
Yeah,
rural ag is sort of caught under this. Council of the day said, you know, if you're wanting to put I forget the number, 600 meters squared, more than 600 meters squared of coverage on your property, you have to come to the Committee of Adjustment and speak to
the Committee of Adjustment isn't going to stop somebody from ostensibly building a warehouse and then all of a sudden it's populated with computer equipment and massive cooling and humming and electricity.
So if zoned rural, bylaw would have the right under the zoning bylaw to require a site plan agreement.
So I guess the bottom line is, do we need to say in our official plan that a data center as defined is not a permissible use in the town of Mono?
I would agree. There's definitely wording with respect to water takings and so forth, but there's definitely wording that should occur for a whole slew of new things in our OP and in our zoning allowances.
So, Councillor Capes, is it your wish that we endorse the Orangeville motion? We can have a simple motion of endorsement.
Yes, please. And I think that's really good what our CAO just said, and we can expand that beyond water, as Melinda was saying, to include power of, use or.
I think it's a big deal.
Yeah.
So we need a motion on the floor, moved by, seconded by Ralph, that we support the Orangeville motion.
We have a motion
Jessica?
prepared that we
You do?
could suggest for council.
Okay.
That council for the town of Mono supports and endorses the resolution passed by the town of Orangeville, calling on the county of Dufferin to undertake a comprehensive review of the potential advantages and disadvantages of new data centers.
I also move.
Thank you. So we have a mover and a seconder. Any opposition? Oh, go ahead.
When I first heard about this, I thought, well, this isn't Colorado, which is going to be draining some big river, and these things are probably not going to come here. But I looked up something called OntarioDataCenters.ca, and there are 18 applications filed in the area surrounding the greater Toronto area, up to Brampton, nothing above that. But so this is something that's on the move. So I think it's important that we carry on with this motion. I approve of it. So we're passing it over to Dufferin County, expecting them to come up with some solutions.
Okay. Thank you. Melinda?
Just a little comment about the whole size thing. Do you remember when computers first came out and they were all in a big, huge room and it was a whole bunch of stuff and now we all carry it in our pocket? This whole idea that, we have used so much that we need these, what was the one that Mr. Wonderful was doing, the size of Manhattan or whatever? It's a whole conglomerate of a bunch of buildings and everything. And you just think about, when they invent something in a few decades and then all those buildings are useless, right? What are you going to do with them? So thinking ahead, I think, is very important. That as you say, to be in our zoning, that you can only come in here and make a warehouse, but it can only be so big, right?
Okay. No other discussion? Any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, it carries. Anything else, Elaine? Okay, Fred?
That was it for me. Thank you so much.
Anything from Schedule A?
Yeah, I had two items. One was item number 6, and that is a letter from the county asking the town of Mono to help them, or at least to reach out to the town of Mono for input to their official plan number 5. And I have no problem with them reaching out and asking us for input to this process, but I have one concern with the whole official plan amendment number 5 process, and that is that they will be coming up with a new plan and looking at residential land and employment land. We already know that in their written comments, they're looking at expanding the boundaries of the town of Orangeville, and all that's fine. But in my humble view, and I'm going to sound like a broken record here, they're missing something in the process, which is, yes, that do a land needs a study, and the numbers are this. Originally, Dufferin County was to look at a population of 95,000 by 2051. That number has changed several times. It went up to 117,000, and now it's back down to 97,000. It doesn't matter. Most of that population growth will be in the town of Orangeville, which has services. My concern is that before we start changing the official plan and planning for this increase in population, we should be looking at the question as to whether or not we have the water resources to do it. All the wells in Orangeville, I think, except one, have a water quantity threat. If you read the latest study and the presentation we had from Benham from the Credit Valley Conservation, and our Cardinal Woods wells have a water quantity threat. Now, I know there's proposed solutions, but in my humble view, these wells are all drawing from the same aquifer, which is fine, and if the hydrogeologists tell us that they can withstand the new population increase, then I'm happy. My comment is, though, that we're missing a step in official plan number 5. We should look at the water resources first and then do the land needs study, assuming that we have enough land or enough water for this population increase. So I'm in agreement with the letter that the Dufferin County has written to the town of Mono. Reach out and talk to us, but I think when we talk to them, we should make that point.
Good points, Fred. I think, to me, what stood out is when I wrote this down is that we've been waiting. When we talk about our unfinished business list, we're waiting for Dufferin before we can then rejig ours, right? Am I wrong? That's what I've been told. And so the faster that they get organized, and of course I think what happened was that they made different amendments. We're all okay, and then, oh no, we need to do something else. So Mono's been sitting back on our big list of things, waiting, because there's no point in spending effort and time on something that then ends up in the grander scheme not being. So this letter is saying, but it's not because we're holding anybody back, right? Like we're not. Right.
We're not holding anybody back. No.
So I would ask them to do it quickly so that we can get on with everything else.
Not wanting them to slow down, maybe they could use that plan amendment as an opportunity to address the issue of data centers as well.
I had a second item number 7. I pulled. That's a report that I wrote. Note that it was dated July 11th, and I said that I've heard that the province has appointed an executive director to the new Western Lake Ontario Regional Conservation Authority. Well, you will note from item 14, now we know who that person is, and it's, I forget the name, Jacqueline Johnson. All I know about her is that she's from Burlington, worked for Burlington. My only comment, I mean, this may be good or bad, I don't know. I was surprised that the person they've appointed as the executive director, who will become the CAO of the new Regional Conservation Authority for a term of up to 2 years, has no background in conservation authorities. That was a concern. But the other point I would draw your attention to is the last paragraph in my report of January the 11th, where I talk about this modeling that Credit Valley did. I'm not competent enough to remember all the details to tell you how it works, but I was very impressed with the presentation they made. And I've given you in my report some of the numbers of what they expect increases in stream flows and temperatures and loss of trees. Anyway, the point is, when they gave the presentation, they said they're prepared to come out to individual municipalities and give a report and to narrow the modeling down to more specific regions. So I just want to I don't have a motion. I just want to tell staff and any of you councillors who are going to be here in the new term that I think we should be thinking of inviting these people to make a presentation to the town of Mono sometime early in 2027. It's a very intriguing modeling process they've gone through. Thank you.
Thank you. Just from Schedule A, I had identified item number 17, the letter from the Solicitor General with regard to next year's policing costs. And I found it interesting that they are promising a ceiling of not more than 11%. I went back to last year's letter, which said exactly the same thing. There was cut and paste, and there was no room in last year for something less than 11%. It became 11%. And I predict that this is the same thing, even though they're sort of hinting that it might be less than 11%. And they also saying that this is a time-limited thing. Well, it's time-limited until the year following it becomes 11% again, I guess. I don't know.
I would just point out, sorry,
So that makes it a 44% in the last 3 or 4 years.
Yes.
Because it was 22% one previous year.
That's correct. And I mean, you know, we need the policing, and we need more policing. What bothers me is that we do not have the offset revenue that we deserve to offset the increase in policing costs.
What bothers me, Your Honor, is we have no explanation for why we have a 44% increase in policing costs in 3 years. Do you have any information about that?
The year one was around 22%, and that was as a result of a collective agreement with the OPP officers.
Okay.
What constituted last year, I don't know, and what constitutes next year, I don't know.
So, okay.
Okay, thinking that maybe positive things, that maybe by giving them more money, they'll be able to give us more police. Because I'm really disappointed that when we had a terrific person who retired and was on part-time and so on, and we tried to hold our guns to say that, no, we do need police in our community, and they just sat here and they said, no, we can't. No, you can't. And so it's kind of like, well, why can't you? Well, we can't find the people. And you know, good help is hard to find. So I do understand the actual logistics of the person who needs to hire people. It's tricky. But then you come back to okay, well, if you have more money, maybe people are going to come. I mean, the hospital was telling us the same thing, recruiting, right? It's about money, right? So hopefully, maybe to think positively.
I'll be asking tomorrow.
I was just going to add, I too am surprised by this letter, but I wanted to add a side note that, and I can't find the numbers, but I did the calculation once. Our fire services costs have also increased, I think, over the last decade by an average annual increase of something like 16% a year. Don't quote me on that number, but it's something like that. So between policing and fire services, I'm putting that on the record because I know some of our residents are surprised when they find we have to raise taxes, but we have no control over this.
That being said,
That's all you were going to talk about?
that's all I was going to talk about. Ralph, anything?
Just one. It's number 23, the last one, the single use of propane cylinders. It sounds like this is legislatively has been handled, but practically it's not in place. And I'd like to have a motion that we support this request. At the moment, it's a recovery authority is supposed to take care of this. But the problem is there aren't enough stations for you to take your propane cylinders. So my proposal is that we have a motion that supports this.
Do we have a seconder? And Councillor Davey?
I think that's a good idea. I looked at it and had to look at single propane. How many of those do I have in my basement from the various things that from camping and whatever? And so a quick little review, there are, and in fact being with more people who are MacGyver-y type people, refilling them is illegal, and don't do it on the green ones that you just buy Coleman, don't do that. However, they are making ones that are because they're handy size to have. They fit into certain machines that you have and so on. And they do have refillable ones now. And so I would appeal to us all to not buy the $6 regular one at the Canadian Tire, because then what are you going to do with it? It's a problem. But to seek out the more expensive one that you can reuse for a few years as a, idea.
That's a good point. Try to find them. They're hard to find. We have one. It's about this big that we take camping to hook up to our camp stove.
These ones that I was seeing are exactly the same. And probably it's one of those needing to order online things as opposed to going. But also, if you go to our regular stores, if you go into the supermarket here and you ask for, a certain type of cheese that they don't have, they do endeavor to bring what their patrons want.
We got one, but they're hard to come by.
Jessica, do you have a handy wording for us?
Yes, and I will note that the Clerk's Department did reach out to Dufferin County, the Manager of Waste Services, for an opinion, but we did not hear back.
We'll chase them down for you.
That Council for the Town of Mono supports and endorses the letter from the Township of Tudor and Castle calling on the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks to undertake a review of the current regulatory framework governing 1 pound single-use propane cylinders.
Thank you. Any opposition to that? That motion carries.
You needed a mover and seconder.
I had one.
We did, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Your Worship, if I can just mention item 20 on Schedule A.
I didn't get my
Is
point yet.
is council interested in a proclamation to that effect coming back?
Yeah, that was on my list. I hadn't been asked to use my list
My
yet.
apologies. I didn't know you had a list.
We thought she'd already spoken.
No, on everybody else's, yes, but not on mine. So yeah, so my big question, particularly because I brought forward the flag thing that everybody didn't understand what I was bringing forward and just poo-pooed, the idea of proclamations and how they give an opportunity for education and they should be very diverse and include all the things. I thought, geez, I don't know, when was the last time I went to the dentist? If somebody had told me that there was a special day or whatever, I might have gone more frequently. So I kind of think that it might be a good idea. I was going to ask if anybody else thought that.
We'll proclaim a particular day.
Sure.
Tommy Tooth Day.
Yeah, right? Right. I mean, because we jest, but those are when I was thinking about the e-bikes and stuff and the e-scooters, like where before social media and before we were so divided in where we would get the news, you just waited for the newspaper to arrive and everybody read it, and there was a source. Where nowadays there's so many things. What is the source that would be best to be able to tell our young people? And because you learned in school, and you learned that I don't think they're learning now, because there's so much other noise, right? So proclamations, that's
right.
Go forward.
The bicycle safety with Elmer the elephant and
Exactly.
yes, and Tommy the tooth guy and all of that good stuff.
Exactly. So do we need do we?
I don't think we need a motion.
I don't think we do.
Just direction to staff.
Direction to staff.
Yeah.
Because now it's my turn, right? So I had a couple more.
It is your turn.
So the other one that I had was along the same kind of lines, and it was number 22 about the British home children. And so did everybody get an opportunity? It was a very long list. Did everybody get an opportunity to read this? Because it's very interesting that this municipality is asking that the federal government make an apology for previous wrongs, and I understand that and so on. But the interesting thing is that when you dig into it, they already did, and they did it way back in 2017. It was acknowledged in the House of Commons, and then in 2018, the Parliament passed that this September 28th was going to be proclaimed as BHC Day. And that was ahead of 2019 being the 150th anniversary of when they first started shipping kids over here, in the face of that life would be better, but in actual fact as labor, right? So I was wondering if, again, maybe, I don't know that we need to ask the Prime Minister to do anything. Stuff's already been done. So I didn't think that we need to necessarily endorse their thing. But again, an opportunity that this is another community. I was a little surprised that they still say, when they're modeling the numbers, that 1 in 10 of us has a relative that this affected, which is, wow. So I was going to ask if we could proclaim September 28th British Home Children's Day in recognition of this. Oh, well then. Oh yeah, so that's my broader question then is to the new clerk, like how does all of this proclamation stuff happen, and where do we really make a real complete schedule for our year of really acknowledging things? That's what I'd like.
So just for Jessica's information, whether she caught it on the DEI agenda, Councillor Cape's about 2 weeks ahead of you, I think, or a month ahead of you, because the DEI committee is looking at our proclamations right now and making sure that we're inclusive and we have an appropriate amount. I have identified to the committee, though, that, council can't be reading 17 proclamations per meeting, but a monthly input is not unreasonable at all. And I think once the DEI committee's done with their review, Councillor Capes actually is working with one of the members on the committee, not working with, but discussing with. And I think it'll help. It's a nice list already. It is a good list, and Fred could, or Jessica could decide to bring it back in its form now, or council could wait for the DEI committee to have a.
Let's wait for the committee.
Yeah.
We can wait, just as these things come up, and this was a particularly long Schedule A, but as these things come up on our radar, it's like, oh yeah, maybe that's worth looking at too, to be
And I think I'll recommend to the DEI committee that maybe we set up a maximum, eventually something has to give. You can't keep adding, so eventually we'll have to give, right? So what's the rotationary process?
Okay, well, but this is an interesting thing too. So in the 4-year term, you have 4 September 28ths come up. Like, does every September 28th, like, do you have to keep declaring it all of the time, or is it acknowledgement already to be declaring it? So, because I do think, then this was my point about the flags. If you really do embrace everybody for everything, then there's more than 365 days in the year, right?
Right, and I believe we declare National Public Works Week, and we have a few of them that are repetitive on an annual basis.
So maybe they don't need to be that.
All of them are.
They're all annual.
They're all annual.
So maybe they don't need to be annual to have given to have given a entity or a group or community, whatever, to have been given them respect doesn't necessarily mean it has to be repetitive.
Elaine?
So we'll take that back to the committee as well. But Dufferin County has a good proclamation process, because I've used it, to ask them to give proclamations for things. And then they issue a certificate. And then those certificates I used to post on a specific website to recognize the proclamations that were done. Uh-oh, there's a rolling eyes over there. I'm so sorry. More work for staff.
No, it's just a button.
But it's something that we could put up on our website, through our social media, is just a picture of that proclamation about that day. It doesn't have to involve a huge thing, but they're easy enough to read at a council meeting. Anyway, we can talk about all of that stuff in the DEI meeting.
I think you might have some support if we included a Deputy Clerk's Day.
On that happy note, anything else, Melinda?
Oh, that's good. No, that was it on my list, thanks.
Okay. And that takes us to reports of council and staff. Les, anything for us? Thank you. Matt, anything for us?
Don't we have to pass the motion?
It's good.
We passed it.
Schedule A. We get Schedule A.
Yeah. Did we pass Schedule A, or did we pass?
The vote has not been dealt with for
My
Schedule A.
apologies. There is a motion on the floor. All in favor of Schedule A? It's carried. Back to staff. And mindful that staff at any time can reach out to us by way of email to give us updates and reports, so it doesn't have to wait until a verbal report. Kimberly. Okay, Jessica.
Nothing to report.
Oh, gosh. Fred.
I have nothing, Your Worship.
Michael.
Nothing. Sorry, I've been, might be a little bit ahead of you with the clerk, discussions I've had with the clerk with respect to the verbal reports. And I really want transparency, and if it's not on the agenda, the verbal report becomes a non-transparent item. So I want staff to reach out to you by emails. I think it's important, and if you see it of a significant item that should be on the agenda, it should come on as a memo, at least on Schedule A. I want to continue to work through the transparency side of things, and verbal surprise reports are unfortunately not transparent.
That's a good point.
Okay, so then no more reports.
I'm a bit confused, Mike. What is a verbal report? Isn't that what we're doing?
Microphone.
Yeah, so as we work through the process, we'll get through it. It doesn't stop council from talking about their day-to-day, because the public really needs to hear that. But Councillor Deputy Nix does submit minutes for his and overview documents that go into Schedule A. What I'm saying is if staff is to talk about a grant that we received, it was, or an item, say wastewater treatment, for example, with Matt, wouldn't be, it's not, nobody knows it's going to be there. And if residents are following for wastewater treatment plan updates, they're going to miss Matt's discussion. And Matt can provide updates via email. I can provide updates via email, and we'll work through it. If something's of major significance, council will hear about it if it's time sensitive. But by not putting items on the agenda, it knocks down the transparency of what we're trying to approve here. And the clerk and I will work with the procedural bylaw as we move through things.
I love it, I love it, but just the logistically, the email thing is tricky, right? Because you sent, so if something comes up for a staff member, what you're suggesting, and they feel that the council needs to know, they would send an email to us, and then if we thought it was something that needed discussion, because we can't have a discussion as a group on email because that's not transparent, then there would be a request to put it on. That sounds a little cumbersome. Why don't we just make reports B? Everybody has to submit something.
Good point. I think that staff staff should keep council informed of the daily, of the year, how they are working through the things. Should give periodic updates to council where they are in their capital and stuff. But if there is an information item, I believe it should come in a short memo. And what I'm saying is I'm not limiting council's option to say, hey, I think we should be talking about that item, and would you mind? And then staff can put together a short memo towards it.
And a staff email can also become part of Schedule A as well. And then it gives us a chance, and it gives the public a chance to raise it.
Yeah, it just keeps more control on what the public is being told. It allows the public to see what is being discussed, and it's easier to be more transparent that way.
So, because I had the pleasure of accessing Citywide to get my fire permit, I would be interested in knowing how many transactions come through Citywide from the public. I would be interested in knowing what they are, because the complaints come through Citywide too, if I'm not mistaken, because I had the pleasure of filling out 5 of those. And so I would be interested in seeing reporting coming out of those tools, because we now have those tools, and I think this was mentioned in our service delivery report done a little while ago. I would also like to see reports on outstanding property untidiness. And in Vaughan, they have a beautiful sign that's huge and says, "It's your responsibility to keep your property tidy." I wanted to take a picture of it and bring it here because it was like, oh yeah, that's a good picture. Anyway, no more signs. No more signs. But anyway, that kind of reporting, I think, gives another level of transparency for people to know exactly how much work is going on. Like, you know, how many requests through Citywide are coming through that have to be managed, how many customer, client, resident issues are being forwarded to staff and dealt with. Just anyway, I'll leave that for another day, but that's my thought.
Councillor Capes, just a couple comments. We're definitely in the input data phase of Citywide right now, trying to get all staff and all departments to utilizing it. The property standards, though, is done through an annual or by semi-annual periodic report in camera to council with respect to open and close. And a detailed report is given with respect to the number of complaints, I believe, an open, transparent council. Yeah, so the individual addresses though is done obviously in closed session, but you'll recall that when I sat as Director of Public Works, there were some pie charts in one of my water when I was trying to establish the hiring of new employees. We were in the very infancy of trying to utilize citywide, and Public Works is definitely the furthest along in conjunction with Bylaw and Cheyenne and with respect to fire permits and everything. So those are our biggest data, and recreation's in its early stages of starting to input all the records. So it's definitely something that the end goal would be to create these pie charts for council to see how many complaints, how many are closed, how quickly they were closed, or outstanding ones that are subject to budgetary or capital requests from council. But yeah, it's definitely the intent, and I think we may be a little premature right now with our data entry point of view. But I can definitely speak to the directors on how comfortable they feel kicking out something like that for perhaps budget session discussions.
That is great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, staff.
Okay, that comes to our turn. Melinda, anything to report?
Well, it's been summer holidays, and so there haven't been as many. I haven't been to a fire board meeting of either of the fire boards. I haven't been to tomorrow evening. We do have a board meeting at the Centre Dufferin Recreation Centre, and there's our complex, and there's interesting stuff on the agenda, so no dull moments, but we haven't had the meeting yet, so can't tell you about it. And RAC, we haven't had a meeting or an event, though I did see that RAC has, the advertisements are going out if you want to have a table at our Christmas show, the R&R in November. But yeah, I haven't been at any meetings, but I'm sure they're going to pick up now.
Mm-hmm. Ralph?
Thank you. Two things. I appreciate Mike. I think he was sticking his finger in my ribs a little bit there. And I do appreciate that MPG could do with putting out an annual report, which was sort of summarized everything. I did that at the beginning, but most recently I've just been talking every 2 months or so about what's going on. And there are lots of things going on in the 10 years. In fact, at this moment, there's a volunteer appreciation day happening at Jack and Gail Baird's place. So I'll do a report. I think you're after me. Yeah, unconsciously, maybe.
Guilty. I think
just a reminder that the Climate Action Committee's Green Festival will be coming up in October. It's on a Sunday, October the 18th, I think it is. And the planning for that's going along very well. You'll start to see some posters and various information out there as we're going to do our best to make it well known to the community.
Thank you. Elaine?
Well, as Melinda said, it's summer vacation. So, and we don't always meet every month. We meet when there's business to do for the fire department, et cetera. But I did have a PenHack meeting to review the regulation on large homes, and that went very well. We're waiting to set another date because we didn't come to the conclusion of what we wanted to present to council. So I believe that Simi's working on getting us together again soon, hopefully before the end of this term, so we can bring something forward.
Good.
So.
And I would hope that any recommendation that would create a change in our zoning or our official plan is not going to be held up on things like this because of what's happening or not happening at the county. I think we have to go ahead and even if it's perceived to be piecemeal, there are some big issues out there that need to be addressed in terms of planning.
Right, and hopefully that'll touch on the rural lighting.
That picture you sent out, I thought E.T. was going to step out of the of the blinding light.
Right, it looks like a nuclear power plant. There's a few of
Or a
those.
grow-up without the curtains.
The grow up, yeah. The idea of having that a municipality can be dark sky designated. Have we ever looked into that for Mono? I tried to watch the Prasad shower that was supposed to be the best and whatever, and I'm sitting there like, is that one? I can't tell. Is that a star? Right?
So it is in our site plan control, zero lot line cutoff with respect to dark sky compliance. So we do have our commercial established and industrial institutional established under that.
Right.
It was mentioned in the large scale homes report that was provided to council that there was a mechanism that may, but it's very staff cumbersome. A lot of these are constant. You need reviews and peer reviews, and a lot of it is staff cumbersome. So it was one of the mechanisms. The committee, PANAC, is landing on a couple of options, and one of them does include a more comprehensive review of building permits, which may capture what Councillor Capes has identified. But with respect to, so that's where we are, and I think we push dark sky compliance, but we don't control individual rural residents and their lighting right now, unless it has a property standards problem? Community standards. Unless it has a community standards issue, which council will remember, they adjudicated in Chambers one from Fieldstone. So with respect to the zoning bylaw, I've gone through the outstanding items on our unfinished business list with our consultant planner. Deborah's preparing a response with respect to the zoning bylaw housekeeping that we can pick off, and that won't be upheld, or that won't be held up at all by the OP at the county.
Great.
And we do have this philosophy of a dark sky. It's always been accepted that that's what Mono has. However, and the Astrological Society of Dufferin used to come and use the Lloyd Armstrong Park and that area for night sky viewing. Can't do it anymore because we don't have a dark sky.
Well, that's right, because there is some specific, as you say, cumbersome, but a specific designation which we don't have.
We never had.
Yeah. Okay.
We've talked about dark sky, and indeed a Milky Way bylaw, it was called, by Keith McNenly back in the early 90s. And I was a big advocate of it, and I was a member of the International Dark Sky Society. It was an outfit out of the States. But that didn't result in a bylaw, but it did result in changes to what we require for commercial and industrial properties.
Which is a good start, but now that LED, they're cheap, they last forever, I don't have to change them, people put them up, they think their house looks great, they don't appreciate that they are, like education, right? They don't appreciate that they're blinding the people in their kitchen next door.
Indeed. Anything else?
No, that's it for me, thank you.
Okay. Fred?
Just one item. In the past, I've had people phone me and say, does the town of Mono have some bylaw? I've got a neighbor with a tree with a branch hanging over my property. Can the town do anything about it? And I've tended to answer, gee, I don't think we have a bylaw that controls that. But in those two cases that I remember in the last 16 years, it's all worked out okay because we've gone to the property owner with the tree either dead or with a branch, and they've handled the problem, so no problem. What I have now on my desk is an intractable problem, and I would ask staff or council if you can help me with it. I sure would appreciate it. Without naming names or addresses, I did a site visit last week. There's a house, a small house like this. The neighbor's property is right here. The property line is, within 5 feet of the house. How it got approved, I don't know. And in the neighbor's property are two very large dead trees. I suspect they're ash trees. The owner with the small house has asked the neighbor to do something about those dead trees, And first of all, the owner has said he doesn't have the money. I don't know where that discussion's gone, and I've not talked to the owner of the property with the large dead trees. But when I did the site visit last week, I am totally dismayed. There is no way. Those trees are in such a geographically difficult place, steep bank, river, dense vegetation coverage, other tree coverage. There's no way a sawyer can get in there, or a truck with a bucket. I am going to have, well, but to back up, and this is where,
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor, I'm trying to find where this fits in the council agenda. This is a private matter.
It's not private.
About two individuals.
It's not private.
Maybe Jessica would have some comments on
My understanding, and
that.
I would ask the clerk's department for guidance on this, is that the property standards bylaw does in fact make the owner of the property with the dead trees responsible for doing something about it. I would ask for guidance on that, because I've told this person, yes, we do have a bylaw that comes into effect in this situation.
Jessica?
If we could suggest to have the resident reach out to staff, we would be more than happy to discuss this with them offline.
Yeah.
Well, but could we, in the first instance, am I right in telling the owner that we do have a bylaw that comes into play here?
Why don't we?
You've already had email conversations with Jessica, Fred, and I on this matter, and I would respect that you have the staff reach out to us, or
Why not let the
resident
staff
reach out to
explain
us.
an interpretation of the property standards?
Well, you may well do that, and I will take your advice and do that, but my opinion, which I would like to put in the public domain, is I don't know how the heck anybody can go in there and do something about these trees. So what do we do? These trees are threatening the small house.
We need to encourage the property owners to reach out to staff. The issue of dead trees is frankly a slippery slope in terms of having them removed from properties, especially the ash trees that are dead all over the town. So I think we have to tread carefully here.
I'd just like to point out, this is not a private matter between me and an individual. Okay. This is a public matter.
No, but I think it's a civil matter between the two people that are not in the room and that you're discussing right now. It's a civil matter between them, and it possibly will become a civil matter.
Or an insurance.
Right, like it's not a solution for the town to right now, but it is something that the homeowner should speak to staff about.
We shouldn't be solving their problem.
No, can I?
Okay, let's cool down here.
So just as it removing, not discussing it any further, that is an example of why our CAO has commented that written reports, so that they go on the agenda, is an important thing. That's the one issue. Then the other issue is what Elaine has just said, that our job is not to just pick out one individual's problems and air them in the public. So I wonder, should we actually, if you're going to now encourage, mandate, what's the right word, have staff give a report that then goes on to our agenda, and we've been appreciating the reports that we've been getting all along for this term from the deputy on the CBC when you get the thing, though it's only ever addressed to gentlemen, which is a joke. And when we had one from the mono-pollinator garden, it was good. How about if we do that? Now if there's something that's on your mind to bring up, we put it in writing before the meeting, and then it can get vetted by the clerk, whether it's appropriate to go on the agenda or not, and then we can have a conversation.
The difference between staff committing their reports to writing and councillors committing their reports to writing is the temptation of a back and forth between members of council that then gets construed as a meeting outside the council chamber. I think we still need to have oral reports. But that doesn't, and I think the CAO's comments were restricted to how staff communicates with us, not how we communicate with each other.
Okay, yes, I understand exactly what you said. I agree with it, but that's not what I was saying. The point.
Sorry, our clerk has her hand up.
Yeah.
You do.
I was just going to note that this would be a good conversation during the procedural bylaw review.
Yes.
Good idea.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Except in the meantime, but the whole point of that you bring up something randomly in an oral report, then it's not written, and then not all of our residents watch to the very end of our meeting to hear our reports, right? That was where I wasn't saying that we should have a discussion in writing, but that if it's in writing, it then is in writing.
Yeah.
But sure,
Wow, we
procedural
should do
bylaw, whenever
something
that
really
comes up
exciting
next
at
term.
the end of our meetings so that they stay to the end.
Stay in, yeah. I don't know that we can control random. To my report, random. I attended AMO. I was not successful in getting elected to the board. I lost by just a few votes. There were 6 people running for 4 positions. Surprisingly low turnout, like really shockingly low turnout for the board positions. The board positions may reopen if any of the 4 successful candidates are not reelected in October. So that then creates another opportunity for people who just barely lost to sit on the board. It's hard to say a lot of really great things about their format. There were some good sessions. There were some good sessions that unfortunately were talking heads and did not involve participation of the audience, which I thought was regrettable. The Premier's major announcement actually had to do with the funding of sports enterprises. And I don't think that it precludes funding of the kind of thing that we were talking about earlier. I could be wrong on that. But that literally was his major announcement.
$500 million.
Exactly. And it was worthwhile. Made some good contacts. And it's my first AMO in 2 years. And that's all I have to report.
Can I ask a question?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think AMO's losing its steam?
That's why I ran. I do believe that. I think they have lost their effectiveness as an advocate for the municipal sector.
Right, I agree.
So,
Let's have lunch break.
okay. So I think this would be a good point to take our lunch, returning at 1 o'clock sharp for our in-camera, and that's the other than the confirming bylaw, that's the balance of our meeting. So we'll return at 1 o'clock.
We are back live.
Yes, Andrew has expelled the individual from the meeting.
Welcome, Jeff.
Your Worship, we should just wait for Andrew to confirm that we're not streaming live.
We are back live.
Yes, good afternoon again. I have a motion that we rise from an in-camera session at 7 minutes past 2 o'clock p.m. and direct town staff and the town solicitor to proceed accordingly. Moved by Councillor Capes, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposition? Seeing none. Notices of motion. As indicated, I will be bringing a notice of motion to retain a voluntary historic properties of interest database at the next meeting. Any other notices of motion?
So was that a notice of motion, Your Worship, or that's just you're telling us you're going to bring a notice of motion?
No, I'm going to bring a motion.
Okay, so that was the
in
notice of
time
motion.
for consideration at the next meeting.
Okay. Could I be so rude as to ask you to repeat that? The actual subject?
I'm going to bring a motion. I'm giving notice now that I'm going to bring a motion at the next council meeting to retain or create a voluntary historic properties of interest database. Any other notices of motion? Seeing none, I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in Session 13-2026 held on August 25th, 2026. That it be signed by the Mayor and Clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Manctillo, Councillor Capes. Any opposition? Seeing none, it's passed. I have a motion that Council adjourn this meeting at 9 minutes past 2 p.m. Now I have a different wording here. It's a new wording. Jessica, I'm confused.
For you, we just added the next meeting date, the next regular council meeting date for information.
Okay, and I miss regular. That's regional. So we're adjourning at 10 minutes past 2 to meet again for the regular council meeting on September 8th, 2026 at 9 a.m. Or at the call of the mayor. And do I have a mover? Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Davey. No opposition. The motion is carried. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
You sure you don't get paid overtime?